Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's day 2 of the FSL Thailand qualifiers for the League of Legends edition. Once again, I am Hungry Cass. Alongside me is Spoots. We were here yesterday. We brought you the matches all the way to the lower bracket round 2. Today we'll be continuing on into round 3 to see how the teams advance. And you're going to see in a couple of seconds on your screen, the bracket's going to pop up. And you can see the sort of status of things right now. We are looking at Winter versus Close Behind Esports. Close Behind Esports, the representatives of FSL Thailand Season 1, they did pretty well. They won FSL Elite. This time, dropping the lower bracket along with the other favourites, Lannisters. Really kind of upsetting yesterday to see the results like that, but it happens.
Definitely threw a bit of a spanner into the works. Interested to see who's going to be able to climb their way out of the lower bracket into the finals later on.
We were talking about how these two favorites in the tournament falling into a lower bracket, unfortunately, just does mean that one of them is going to be eliminated, and we have to see who it is. But right now, we are into Champions Select. We saw on your screen the matchup that we are going to be taking a look at. It's Winter on the blue side, and on the red side, Close Behind Esports, the champions of FSL Elite Season 1. This time, though, coming in slightly under par, unfortunately, or over par rather, if you're a golf fan. So right now, we see LeBlanc, Talon, and Kled bend out on the blue side. Vladimir first pick. Meanwhile, on the red, it's going to be Aatrox, Ornn, and Rumble. So a lot of top lane focus, a lot of area control. Instant lock Irelia. Remember, Ophelio's still open? Mordekaiser's still open.
Yeah, absolutely. And the point that we ended yesterday on was that, Close Behind Esports, we expect them to come in with some degree of adaptation into today because, you don't want to just bow out this early on in the tournament if you are a favorite going in.
Yeah.
So I'm very interested to see what they're going to bring out. So far, we've seen Irelia and Olaf, two very, very strong picks. Irelia, if you're going to blind pick, it's a little risky, but,
The thing is, you can still more or less flex Irelia into mid lane. So I'm not too worried about first picking Irelia. The problem is that because you don't necessarily know what the matchup is into, in this case, Mordekaiser might be a bit tough. As we all know, in this patch 10.1, Mordekaiser is one of the more oppressive champions just by nature of the passive. 3 abilities, auto attacks in a row, you get that circle of death. Anyone inside that circle will take percentage health damage over time, which is very, very unfortunate because you can't stand there and auto attack if you're just losing 3% every second, right? So it's a tough matchup to play into. The good news is they've got the Olaf, they've got the Leona, which will stop the misfortune in her tracks when she's channeling bullet time, as well as make it very difficult for her to team fight.
Yeah, and we've seen this competition yesterday as well, the jump on your carry competition. And on the other side, we have a misfortune. So your Mordekaiser can peel for you pretty effectively, but if you're gonna get jumped on by these 3 champions, Irelia, Olaf, and Leona, there's not much he can do.
Yeah, and we saw some teams actually complementing or all in into this sort of compositions where they want to control the backline. They do stuff like Olaf, Leona, and then they pick, in this case, Irelia, right, to complement that, the ability to dive to the backline and clean up. At least I liked seeing that the Braum and Nala's ban come up because these are the champions that can sort of counteract the Leona. However, the priority ban of Morgana is still actually left open. So if you do pick Morgana for Misfortune here in this bot lane, not only is it a very oppressive duo, it also counteracts a lot of the CC from Leona. It doesn't peel Olaf off that well, but you still have a decent laning phase against the Leona.
Yeah, decent laning phase against Leona is basically what you can ask. Is basically the only thing you can ask for if you're an immobile AD carry like Misfortune. Definitely don't want to give any sort of advantage over to the enemy bot lane.
Yorick here actually being locked in, and unfortunately Top 10 Dinos has announced that they won't be playing, not announced at least, but we heard through a grapevine that they won't be playing in FSL this season, so this is like a throwback to Youth. But the idea of having Irelia and Yorick here is a lot of physical damage being focused right now. I'm a bit scared because the damage profile of this team is very geared towards AD. It'll be very simple for not only the Winter lineup to get armor, but also to sort of play along that line.
You're basically not going to have any AP coming in from the side of Close Behind, unless you pick a, AP bot laner.
Yeah, right. Which in this case, you could still do. Cassiopeia is left open, We've seen players pick up Cassiopeia a lot. We've seen Syndra as well as a style of AP bot lane. Not to mention the Heimerdinger as well as a favorite a couple of patches ago. So there are options. Not to say that there aren't options. You could always flex Irelia into the bot lane still. Irelia Leona is a heavy kill lane, right? Against Misfortune as well.
Yeah, Irelia I think is one of the better options among the champions that you just listed to go into the bot lane of the Leona. I mean, you're not really going to want to pick a control mage with an aggressive support like that, so...
Yeah, the moment Leona goes in, you're just like, wait, hold up, wait for me, man. You have to chase, and it becomes very difficult. I like that Janna has been picked up on the Winter side because not only is she very good at sort of resetting the fights with her ultimate, the Monsoon, it also makes laning very difficult for Leona because I was talking about this in the Vietnam qualifiers. The matchup is very specific. You stand behind your AD carry. The moment Leona throws Zenith Blade out, you straight away channel your Howling Gale to knock her up as she approaches, right? The moment she gets knocked up on the approach, she has no more spells to close the gap. That's when you immediately turn around, throw the shield on your AD carry, just auto her to death. She will lose that trade by nature of not being able to lock down your AD carry, and you just win the lane from there.
Alright, so if we take a look at this this bot lane matchup rather, I would say that Tristana and Leona definitely have to get a hit, you know, fairly early. In fact, the entire team coming in from close behind have to get a hit early if they want any chance of dealing damage later on.
Yeah, the problem here is, like you mentioned, the idea of getting a hit. The moment you fall behind, the opponents don't really have to worry about itemizing armor. All they have to do is just go for damage profile as well. And if you do get a hit, there is a timer. Let's not kid ourselves, right? Around the 30-minute mark when armor items are getting picked up by not only the Mordekaiser but as well as the Vladimir, that's when things get a bit dicey. I think team fighting against Vladimir Misfortune is a heavy, heavy headache.
Absolutely, especially when Misfortune in this patch definitely comes online much faster than the Tristana does. So we're looking at mid-game power spikes coming in for the side of Winter, and depending on how close behind esports does in the early stages of the game, we might not even see them come online at all.
Yeah, this is a team that this is a composition that tells me the team is very confident about what they want to do. Execution-wise, Close Band Esports has not really missed the mark all too much. The tricky part has always been when it comes to playing for the win. I think they understand what they have to do as a composition. It's just getting to the end point is always difficult for them. That being said, when I look at this composition, it looks very classic of what we've seen in the Thai qualifiers, right? You get aggressive supports, you get Olaf in the jungle, and Olaf has been pretty high priority this particular qualifiers. I'm surprised that teams actually haven't started figuring out ways to deal with the Olaf.
Yeah, I mean, toss your mind back to yesterday, we saw the Olaf straight up just run at everybody at just, you know, I think the end of the game was 8-2 something.
Yeah, we saw like the Olaf into Nocturne, and boy, that was like tough to watch. Yeah, that was Olaf just running in with early leads, you know, building full damage, not really bothering about getting tanky. You know, some of the Olafs, they fall behind, like get redemption because they can't do anything. This was full damage Olaf just running in, right? So that's been the flavor of this qualifier, at least for Thailand so far. One thing I like watching from, or at least observing from FSL, is every region has their own unique flair. We were discussing this yesterday, the idea of Vietnam as a region when they play, they like to play scaling bot lanes. In Thailand, the bot lanes are always super aggressive. So you see things like Misfortune, you see things like Philios, you see things like Tristana, where all they want to do is just push up and get turret plates.
Yeah, definitely. You want to get priority in your lane as well so that you can go for that dragon.
Right.
And, you know, if you take a look at this right now, I think obviously the winning bot lane will get the dragon, and you do have a bit of an advantage in the form of the Olaf. I don't think Kayn is going to be able to solo the dragon, so yeah, that's, again, one of the reasons why Olaf has been so highly prioritized.
Yeah, these aggressive sort of junglers have the capacity to take early dragons. Like, you can do it at level 4 the moment you pick up your first jungle item, right? And we've seen that not only from Olaf, but Jarvan and Lee Sin as well. We haven't seen a lot of Lee Sin this tournament, but Jarvan definitely. The ability to do that, and as the meta does trend towards these aggressive junglers, let's not forget that, you know, the defensive tanky junglers still exist. We saw a game of Sejuani yesterday, but still, the overall flavor has been, you know, very in-your-face, make early play junglers like the Kayn, like the Olaf, like the Jarvan, where they want to activate something early on and to get either their bot lane or mid lane ahead. Top lane, for the most part, we've been seeing a very remote island style of play where no one really goes and, you know, compulsively ganks the top lane. It's always been, you guys are off the fend for yourselves, you guys are going to play tank versus tank, and then, you know, you make the plays with the teleport.
Yeah, topic of discussion lately has been how, I don't want to say useless, but I think that's the best word in this situation.
Low agency, maybe?
Low agency top lane has been, I mean, on the Reddit thread, Hashin Chin was like, you know,
dude, that guy's always flaming top lane. It's like, yeah, top lane is bad.
The way you win top lane is you int, and then you try to force everyone to chase you later on in team fight so the rest of your team can carry.
Yeah, maybe that's the way it's going to be, because we have Yorick, and Yorick is probably one of the more annoying top laners to deal with. Looking at this matchup, it's not something we see a lot. Mordekaiser as a power pick, sure. But Yorick, though, when we see him in the past, it's always been the ability to split push with the Maiden of the Mist to get power in the side lane, right? You always want to draw people over to you. And in a 1v1 situation with Mordekaiser, I could see how the Death Realm actually isolates Yorick from the Maiden of the Mist to make it a lot more difficult to fight.
Yeah, I think especially because Mordekaiser is a bit more of a power pick currently, and Yorick, we haven't seen much of him. We haven't seen him pop out anytime this qualifier, actually. So it's more of a comfort pick. But the thing about Yorick is if you're a good Yorick, if you're comfortable on the champion, you're just going to be absolutely devastating.
Yeah, we have to see if the Yorick player can measure up to standards. Of course, there is some unique interactions, like I mentioned earlier. Death Realm removes Yorick from the Maiden of the Mist, so it makes it a lot easier to 1v1 again. He needs to get a hit to get the pressure.
Yeah.
If you've ever seen Irelia playing from behind, it's the worst thing ever. You just have no presence on the map.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You don't want to go behind against a Vladimir, but honestly, against the pressing laning phase that Vladimir does have, especially early on,
Right.
it's kind of difficult not to, especially when you're on a melee carry like earlier.
I feel like if you're this Irelia, you go for early Executioner's Calling just because you need to reduce the healing, not only from Vladimir, but Kayn as well, and Mordekaiser. So that's one of the higher prio item buys I think you have to focus your attention on. The thing that always tilts me is when you need Executioner Calling, but no one buys it, right, until like 30 minutes, and you're like wondering, sitting in team fights with a grey screen wondering why you lost the fight because no one has Executioner's Calling.
Yeah, well, so basically, we're going to see the junglers focus towards the bot side of the map like we've been seeing, for the past few games, because, I guess that's the priority flavor of the month.
For Kayn, it's slightly difficult because I would wager that as a jungler, or at least on Kayn, right, you do want to skirmish a lot more as opposed to making ganks happen. So you want to pick up early stacks for your transformation. And looking at this matchup, almost everyone is melee except for the Tristana. We should expect the Ras upgrade coming in.
Absolutely, but here's the thing, right? You want to skirmish on Kayn, but who are you gonna try to pick a fight with? You're not gonna be able to
don't fight the Olaf, bro.
The Olaf early on. That's a recipe for disaster.
You could fight the Yorick, walk up, throw a couple of skill shots or auto attacks his way, and hope to collect the stacks for transformation.
Sure.
Going to the mid lane is not a bad option as well. You just want to poke out Salmon Ping on the Irelia. Don't have to full commit. Remember, Kayn is very slippery, right? But going to bot lane might be the worst choice because the moment you walk in, you're all in, like you're committing to the gank, and Leona is definitely gonna run at you as well.
Definitely fair. At the moment, we are not going to see nothing too spicy going on. Defensive spread from both teams. I don't think the current meta it doesn't really reward going for the deep invades.
Yeah,
especially early on.
I think deep invade's good. Deep invades and looking to fight is bad.
Yeah, you want to deep invade and look for wards. The vision information advantage is definitely the dealer you want to look out for.
Good ward. Very, very good ward. So over the wall from the Baron Pit, you get full vision of not only this curve here, you also see Olaf right now, right? So this is advanced information. If you are Winter, you're like, okay, Olaf is topside. Hedge your bets. It's going to be a rip buff start, and if the bot laners come to lane early, you have a full idea of where Olaf is pathing.
Absolutely. I don't think we get any return in that. I don't think Close Behind Esports put on any deep wards either, so that's gonna be a significant information disadvantage, especially since the ward was actually not spotted when it was being placed.
Good news as well is that Kayn, as she recalled, did pick up the sweeper, so this is what we sort of talked about yesterday as well.
Yeah.
The idea of maximizing trinket efficiency. So when you base, after putting down a ward and you get the sweeper, it comes off cooldown very quickly. And then when you base again to pick up and swap to the warding trinket, you get 2 stacks. So you can immediately use it, no problem. For Kayn this time, Tawan is going to be moving over to the Crux and picking that up. Meanwhile, Samlet Red doing a Raptor clear after her rip buff. So judging by the pathing, it's going to be very early ganks from the Olaf onto the bot lane the moment she does her clear, whereas Kayn is going to be moving topside.
Definitely. Kayn, at this point, I honestly don't like the fact that you go for Crux directly after red, because honestly, the tempo disadvantage you put in is not exactly ideal. But, Olaf's gonna, give it right back by walking back up to Crux.
Oh, this ward is actually pretty good. It's going to see the Kayn moving over to the Raptor. So you have information right now. If you are any laner on the close behind side, you press tab, you see 8 CS. That's 2 camps. So you have an idea of Kayn and what the pathing has been. Most likely red into Krugs into Raptor. So this gives level 3 here if you finish off the Raptors. And both junglers actually are going to get level 3 as they clear their respective quadrants of the map. Samlet Red, though, looking to make a move towards topside to probably help Comfy Roof out a little bit. Remember that she has the red buff, but the ward here is going to spot her out. And I think it's a little too late here as they come in for the gank. There is no wall available just yet for the Yorick, so this gank is going to be denied here.
Yeah, that's just quite a big tempo disadvantage rather for the Olaf. Now forced to back and reset after taking, only the top side of your camps. Meanwhile, Kayn has been, just left to free farm the entirety of his own jungle and, should be able to pick up top skull as well.
Yeah, so Tawan here with a massive advantage, like you mentioned, being able to clean out majority of her jungle camps. She's on the blue now, moving over to Grom soon after, and like you said, access to top Scuttle Crab as well. Close Behind Esports have full information of this, so they've pinged out the Scuttle Crab. They say, okay, we're just going to trade power in the different quadrants or different halves of the map. So now Samlet Rit's going to be playing bot side, whereas Tawan is going to be playing top side with the Scuttle Crab.
Yep, Samlet Red definitely should be spotted out if they do go for that bot lane scuttle. That's a very good ward to pick out the enemy jungler from the Vladimir.
Level 3 on both bot laners right now, pathing towards the bot side is Samlet Rit, and she's going to be able to spot out that ward there. Likewise, both Velasquez and her support will know that there's someone here as the ward is being cleared out. Meanwhile, aggression on the mid lane, Conqueror available for Salmon Ping, backing off still. Knows that Kayn is somewhere on the top half of the map, so has to be careful, and with that ward, she will spot out where the Kayn is.
They're both junglers at the moment, actually just, splitting the map. I think they're both playing towards the stronger sides of where their team has pressure on the map.
Yep.
Since, top is pushing for Winter and bot is pushing for close behind esports. I think this is,
very aggressive, Ignite going down, using the pool already, might just be in a bit of trouble here, Salmon Ping, but managing to get outside the range of the W. Very low on health is Crew here, so I thought the pool was a bit of a dangerous choice because Ignite was ticking, and when you use the pool, you drop your health by a little bit. This case completely fine, and Salmon Ping, though, looking for the stun here, will go in once more, but under turret range, diving back out once more with the Blade Surge, and actually gets a perfect recall here, so she shoves 1.5 waves in, will be able to back and come back to late in time with additional items. Right now, it could just be the Sheen being picked up, but no, it's going to be the Tiamat with a double longsword buy here.
Yeah, the Vladimir is actually the one pushing up towards Salmon Ping, but the issue with that is that the Irelia is actually the one now with the advantage. The minion CS advantage is not too big, but it's still not non-negligible.
Yeah. The interesting point here is also that power has sort of shifted between mid and jungle, so Salmon Ping has been the recipient of a lot of Samlet Rit's pathing power, whereas Kayn here, Tawan, has gotten a lot of the CS in the mid lane, right? So look at jungle to jungle versus mid lane to mid lane. Samlet Rit is actually weaker than the Kayn, whereas the Irelia is the one that's ahead of the Vladimir.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If you're the Kayn right now, you're at a significant item disadvantage. You only have your starter item as compared to, tier.
Has a bot.
Yeah, she definitely has the back and reset, but that just, I'll hold that.
Going in for the Blade Surge once more. Actually, a lot of damage down already. Instead of going for the double longsword, we did see her opt for a recurve bow instead. So she wants the attack speed. Looks like an early Wit's End is the call of the day here.
Okay, I was wondering whether or not Olaf would actually go in for that dragon. Is he actually?
Yeah, I think Olaf is actually looking to solo dragon. Like we said, you pick up your item upgrade in the jungle. Straight away, you can go for the solo. As Olaf, as Lee Sin, as Jarvan, you can pick up no problem. And it's even a very nice, tasty honey fruit on the back of the river for Samlet Rit to heal up after she does this dragon.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Even though Olaf lost the tempo advantage before, the fact that Kayn did not back to reset and pick up items before taking down the bottom side of her jungle just forced her to go towards top while Olaf was able to solo the dragon, especially with the help from the priority coming in from mid and bot.
This is the problem in 10.1 as a jungler. If you're not comfortable with the timings of when you should base and when you should gank, you will actually lose tempo just by nature of clearing jungle camps unnecessarily, right?
Yeah.
And that was what happened with Tawan. She was a hit in mid after getting the CS, going to the bot side to clear. She based a bit too late and gave the tempo over to Olaf, who was like, okay, sure, I'm going to click Dragon now and take it for free.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to, get a few more games in and try to understand when you have to be where on the map.
Now, tempo belonging to Olaf after the dragon, but level 6 has been picked up by Tawan, and she's going in for this play here. She will be able to steal away the red buff with the W, and it's a cheeky little play coming in. 2-level difference is up for Tawan right now because she has taken the mid CS earlier, and she did clear a lot of camps.
Yeah, this is the point if you're on the Kayn, you are happy taking trades with the Olaf. I mean, 2-level advantage this early on in the game, that's definitely quite huge. And if you can, I think you take that trade.
But like we said, because of picking up the mid CS, the power actually is swapped. Yeah. Level 6 on the Vladimir versus level 7 on the Irelia. They've kind of balanced it out in terms of who got what, and now it's very difficult for the mid lane Vladimir to play aggressively. Just as I say that, the Hemoplague will come down, flash out from Salmon Ping. Here comes the roam in from Irelia as well. Not enough damage to pick up the kill though, but the flash was expended by Salmon Ping to get out. She's looking like she wants to go in once more. Vanguard's Edge is available and so is the Ignite, but both the jungler and the mid support is here to provide some assistance if Salmon Ping gets a bit too over-aggressive.
Setting up for a bit of a dive here. I'm not sure if this is the best idea with ultimate up on the Aurelia.
Oh, stun not hitting though. Vanguard's edge is available, but she will not get there in time. The Umbo Trespass actually keeps her alive, and they will back out. The Ignite down onto the Kayn though will not kill her either. Samuel Rid having to flash out from the Howling Gale.
Yeah, Samuel Rid just coming in a little too late and having to force, having been forced to flash because of, you know, a bit of unfortunate pathing to try to help the mid laner.
Yeah, good news though is that the kill credit did go the way of the Vladimir, so even though the play was made, the goal reinforced the Vladimir, so that power discrepancy between Aurelia and Vladimir has been neutralized a little bit more. All in all, mid-jungle advantage going the way of Winter.
Meanwhile, the advantage in the mid lane has actually been equalized, like you said, but the advantage that Kayn has in the jungle has actually just increased quite a bit. You know, there's a decent chunk more gold over the Olaf right now, and he has no I don't think he has vision over the blue buff, so no contest going on here.
They will ping it down. They will know that Olaf is on this buff, but like you said, no contest available. Smite is up for Samlet Rid, so she should be able to secure this without any issues. Olaf is one of those mid laners that really does, junglers rather, that really does need the blue buff because your axes burn mana so quickly.
We actually do see a bit of a lane swap coming in though. I think Close Behind was the one who initiated it, but Winter does, you know, come in for the reply quite quickly and quite effectively. I think both bot lanes now positioning to try to get some vision and contest over the Rift Herald.
Yeah, to explain why they chose this lane swap and give some reason behind it is because the bot lane dragon was taken, right?
Yeah.
So there's at least another 3.5 minutes to 4 minutes before it respawns. The next objective then to be contested is the Rift Herald that you can see on your screen right now. So both teams shifting their power to the top side to contest it just in case anyone gets a little overeager. And speaking of overeager, the Leona here is going to use the Solar Flare, but the bullet time is going to cut them down where they stand, having to use the heal though to get out of that fight. They trade an ultimate for a Summoner spell, and that is a worthwhile one if you have Velasquez. Popping a lot of health on the Tristana as well gives them priority in the top side.
Yeah, trying to take that risk couple when the entire river has been lit up basically by Winter and you have no vision there is just, you know, inviting that sort of collapse coming in from the mid lane.
Having to recall now, Lezen not wanting to stick around. Moving towards the Storm Razor is her build path, and wow, you can see the poke just coming through from the Misfortune. Sure, she's burnt a lot of mana, but they've dropped Leona very low right now. She's already popped the W. The Eclipse, though, is going to give her a bit of resistance as the Aftershock comes through. The kill, though, not really following through as the Axe sticks it in the back of the Janna, and now they're chasing in for the kill. Here comes Comfy Roof with the teleport as well. Maybe not necessary, though, as they find a double, possibly a triple here as they're chasing down Comfy Roof with the flash, though. Will not opt to move into range. The wall gracefully dodged away from by the Kayn. And that is 2 kills picked up by Samlet Rid. Over-aggressive in the top side here for Winter.
That was way too lucky for Close Behind Esports. I mean, your Olaf was the one with the rotation disadvantage, was coming in late to the gank, but, you know, the fact that Leona was able to survive so long and take up so much of the time of Misfortune, Janna, and the Kayn just allowed them to come in for the counter gank and get 2 kills.
Play coming in, but the teleport was cancelled though. This is a bit of a sticky situation. Samlet Rid falling very low now as all the attention is focused on top of the Olaf, who will die instantly. Now, meanwhile, Snell will have to pop the Blast Cone, but in a bit of a weird position. They didn't see her go past, but Snell now having to run towards the enemy's base. Leona coming in with the Zenith Blade. The shield is up though. Solar Flare as well. One more auto attack should do it. And she will get the kill credit. Meanwhile, the Rift Herald has been continued here by the side of Winter. Tawan is tanking it up. They found the kill on Samlet Rid, who has respawned, but this Rift Herald is going down very slowly.
Yeah, that was a very good re-engage onto the Olaf as he was trying to take the Rift Herald. Shouldn't see too much. Okay, we're going in.
Going in once more. Monsoon being used to equalize the aggression coming through. So the aggression on the Rift Herald, though, is down to very low. You can see how much health there is on this objective. It's going to reset here. Meanwhile, bullet time coming through, channeling on top of Elizen, using the Buster Shot to deny the channel on that bullet time instead.
Good disengages all around, but keep in mind, Olaf has respawned and he's soloing down the next dragon while the fight goes on in the top side of the jungle. So this is definitely advantage to Close Behind Esports as they do not lose a single kill in the trade.
We were talking about this during the 3-minute delay about how Close Behind Esports understands macro priority. They're saying, well, if you guys are just going to consistently fight back and forth over the Rift Herald, it's fine. We'll disengage, we'll buy space, and then Olaf will just walk to the bot side, take up the free objective, and now move to third Drake, which will be Ocean.
Yeah, even then, you take a look at the top side of the jungle, you see how many wards are there in favor of Close Behind Esports. They have lit up this entire sector of the map. So any sort of contest coming in for Winter to attempt and take that Rift Herald is just going to be spotted out and, you know, I would think quickly squashed by Close Behind Esports.
On a macro sense, the gold now belonging in favor of Close Behind Esports, largely from the CS discrepancy on the AD carries as well as the turret plates being taken down. You can see 13.5 minutes is the timer, so another 30 seconds before these objectives go down. But Lezen in a very good position actually to start her Tristana Snowball, as it were. She's reaching that point where Stormrazor is going to be bought on her next back. And with that power spike, they could actually make very good use of this Tristana Snowball.
Hey, you definitely have to begin utilizing that the item breakpoint, like you said. I think if you're close behind, you want to look for a fight. Unfortunately, there isn't much of a contestable neutral objective. It's past 14 minutes, so Rift Herald isn't exactly the most ideal.
Oh, missing the stun though, Salmon Pink in the river will have the help of Comfy Roof as they run across. Flash available, Vanguard's Edge available, but not really catching the Vladimir in time. If you wanted to extend the range, you could have used the Flash, but Salmon Pink just trying her luck, seeing if that stuck.
Yeah, man, that's a cooldown that she's not going to have for a little while, so we are looking at the jungler, the Olaf, pathing up towards here. Might be looking towards actually just clearing the vision. Not actually sure if they can contest the Rift Herald.
Looking at the space that they have, they just want to control the vision like you mentioned and make full use of this top quadrant. That being said, Misfortune and Janna are walking back in. Oh, hold on. Solo kill in the mid lane though. We did see Salmon Pink falling. Ignite as well as Flash was used, but she did die to the Vladimir. Meanwhile, with the man advantage here inside this top half, I don't think that Close Behind Esports should stick around. This is very tricky. They're not very mobile at all. Here comes the Kayn. Ras is actually picked up already. And a lot of damage down to the Kayn. Immediately bursted. Here comes the bullet time, but swiftly dodged away from the rest of Close Behind Esports. Now very low on health is the Rift Herald. It's down to 1,000. Can they claim this though? I think they have enough damage to pick this one up. And even though the kill on Ras did go through, they will be able to pick up this objective here. Winter finds the Rift Herald 15.5 minutes in.
Yeah, extremely lucky coming in for Winter actually picking up the Rift Herald, even though the Kayn just jumped in and basically did nothing before dying. I mean, I think that was just a little bit too overconfident, thinking Ras was tankier than he was.
Right.
And, you know, it's just fortunate that Sam Ledred wasn't close enough to go for the smite.
One thing also was that Salmon Pink did go down in a solo kill, so in the 4v5 situation, after you do lose the Kayn, it's still 4v4.
Yeah.
You can still take that fight. It's not a big issue, right? So that was what allowed them to pick up the Rift Herald there. Missing multiple CS here. There's a fuse bad.
Right, now the question becomes then, where is this Rift Herald going to go? It's on the Vladimir, who you would think is going to put it down in the mid lane, but honestly I think, yeah, that's the best choice. You want to open up the map and begin to push up your vision line because, again, the vision is heavily in favor of Close Behind at the moment. So taking down the mid tower with Rift Herald, definitely something you want to set up and could definitely help you later on in the game.
Oh, getting knocked up. Olaf here. Deep in the jungle, but will have the support of her bot laner, so in this case after moving to the top side, clearing the turret down. Meanwhile, Salmon Pink playing aggressively in the opponent's bottom half, has picked up the Wit's End, has picked up the Merc Thread, so a lot of MR already on top of this mid laner. And like you mentioned, Rift Herald popped in the mid lane.
Yeah, and there's nobody here really to defend it. I really haven't been forced to take the long way around. Very risky pathing coming from Silent Red actually. Could have actually been caught out as he was pathing down.
Did have the Ragnarok available, so I don't think she was too worried about the CC. The damage would have been okay, but I don't think enough to really finish her off. Here comes Irelia in the mid lane, using the Blade Surge to clean the wave out. As it stands, both top laners actually returning to the top half of the jungle.
Alright, we should see another dragon contest coming in. You know, you already see wards coming for both teams as there is about 20 seconds left on the dragon timer. Both these teams have actually been prioritizing this objective pretty well. Definitely very commendable.
One thing we haven't talked about much during 10.1 is the idea of the Summoner's Rift changing with all these different dragons. And with Ocean Dragon, there is not only extra brushes that you can play around with, there's extra honey fruits, right? So sustained fight's actually more dangerous for the team that has access to honey fruits because they can heal up and just go back in. So the idea of using and abusing Fog of War, abusing Brush is very much cognizant right now on Ocean Dragon, Summoner's Rift.
Alright, Noodle fight towards the top lane. We haven't actually been seeing either of them do much, which I guess is the flavor of the month for the top laner, but this actually favors Mordekaiser, I think, because you're going for defensive stats. You're going to be able to peel for your carries better later on as compared to, you know, Bjork, who's going for aggressive stats.
Yeah.
Not going to be able to, you know, do too much in the form of split pushing if you don't have a significant advantage of your laner.
Still though, 20 CS up has the capacity to consistently push up in the top side. She's always past the river, which is a good sign, of course, if you want to play aggressive and buy space and pressure for your team.
Yeah, that's one thing you can actually attack if you're the king, but I'm going to hold that thought as we do see Olaf starting to start up that dragon. Yes, no? They actually spot out the ward, so yeah. Winter does have information as to what they're trying to do here.
No vision on top of the dragon just yet for either the junglers nor the bot laners of Winter, but they will walk across and put some vision down, I believe. Oh no, tell a lie. Janna has no wards whatsoever, so they're completely blind on this. They are walking in and checking with Kane's W.
Yeah, luckily the ward, the lane rather, bot lane is actually pushed up.
Howling Gale to disengage as well.
Okay.
Both teams just staring each other off, but it will be Samlet Rid that starts off this dragon. She throws the axe in, pulls it out, and like our observer is kindly showing you, there's no vision until that scrying orb was thrown down inside this pit.
Okay, Kane is on the other side of the wall. Vladimir's trapping down. They have to disengage here.
Yeah, they have to disengage because there is no prio whatsoever from the Irelia, so they cannot really take this fight unless they reset here and buy some more space. It's just a push and pull along this objective, but whether they can get anything done though is the question, because Samlet Rid is actually taking a lot of unnecessary damage from this dragon.
Yeah, it's really a game of chicken, right? I mean, you're pulling up a lot of people towards this jungle objective, and it's a tug of war as to who's going to engage on it first, who's going to commit, but it looks like it's going to go the way of close behind, as Kane is nowhere near to the contest.
Pull and push goes the way of close behind esports. They will get the third dragon from this game. The next one is going to be the Ocean Soul, and we were talking about Ocean Soul yesterday. Dealing damage heals you up, which is amazing in these sustained fights, especially if you want to dive in and out with Irelia as well as Tristana. Find a pick, heal up, move on to the next target. Might be the best way to play out these fights. Meanwhile, Comfy Youth is going to take the top Scuttle Crab.
Tristana actually went for the Storm Razor first instead of, you know, Infinity Edge, so I don't think that is that the new meta? Is that the new meta build now?
For Tristana, yeah, definitely so. You always want to go Storm Razor for the immediate power as opposed to the Infinity Edge. Another thing that I do see people do is that they get Storm Razor, Infinity Edge, but instead of completing it, the Storm Razor, they go Infinity Edge and they stack critical cloaks, right? So it's another way you can play this one out, but because they have this immediate power from the Storm Razor, it gives them a lot of pushing priority in the bot half.
Alright, I think we're going to see a bit of a lull state now coming in since, you know, the dragon is gone, and I don't think either of these teams are strong enough to take Baron. The one thing I can look forward to is perhaps a mid lane siege. I mean, both of these teams, they really want to break open the mid lane. It's significantly easier for close behind now that they've taken both top and bot tier 1 towers, so I think they're going to try to concentrate their forces around that mid lane and hopefully break the map apart.
The only person that can match a mid lane siege is actually the Misfortune. So if every time a push comes in, Misfortune has to be there to clear the wave out. Because Vladimir can't really clear the wave without going into dangerous space, as I would like to call it, right? So that's the point where you can get forced upon. If you walk up too close to the wave, your opponents can actually look to push their aggression onto you, and there's very little you can do to reply apart from pulling away. So the lane assignments right now, if the push is in mid lane from close behind, Misfortune has to go to the mid lane to match it.
Yeah, if you take a look at Tristana's pathing, actually is going towards the mid lane to group up with the Leona and the Olaf, so we're going to be looking at a bit of a 1-3-1 at the moment. Irelia actually just being sent to clear out the wave at the bot side.
Has picked up the Executioner's Calling on both the mid lane as well as bot lane, so this is very good. We're talking about how this is a priority item, right? You have to pick it up before you complete your full set. Otherwise, there's very little you can do to deal with the healing from not only Vladimir but Kayn as well, because Ras does an absurd amount of healing from the Q and W.
Alright, like you were talking about, Misfortune is now on mid lane duty to match, you know, the bit of lane swap coming in, as they do try to set up a bit of a siege. It's not going to be much of a siege, but they're going to force the minions onto the tower.
Very dangerous if Misfortune is here alone. They need someone to back her up, because Olaf can actually feasibly dive mid lane as long as Leona lands the CC. So it has to be Misfortune Janna just sits here and clears the wave, because if they dive, at least you have Janna to protect your AD carry.
Yeah, Kayn right now is just trying to look for a bit more advantages across the map, but it's unfortunate because they haven't taken any towers, so
you can't dive this. You can't dive this. The stun already landing on top of Ras, the Vanguard's edge as well. They can kite this one out. Actually, a lot of damage down onto the Irelia. My goodness, great micro on the aggression coming through. Had the Irelia stayed under the turret, I feel like there was a better opportunity for them to make that play, but in this case, unable to do so. Meanwhile, Olaf coming into the top side, Death Realm, not available. In fact, we'll just barely get away Snow with a sliver of health, and that's the Maid of the Mist being popped right now to take the top tier 1. They will trade priority as well as strength on the map right now, top side belonging to close behind, and bot half, the turret being taken by Winter already.
Yeah, absolutely, and with the Baron up, this is definitely in favor of close behind. Yeah, you trade the Irelia and the bot lane tier 1 for top lane tier 2, and almost killing the Mordekaiser. Yeah, you can now push up your wards into the enemy jungle if you're close behind, and hopefully now, if Kane or anybody else tries to go into towards that top jungle, you're gonna spot them out.
Meanwhile, 2-0-2 is the scoreline for the Vladimir, who has impressed me quite a bit so far with her ability to stifle the Irelia in this matchup. We're talking about how it's generally quite a Vladimir-flavored matchup because it's so difficult for Irelia to even do anything.
Yeah, I mean, Irelia's being forced to build defensively, that's all it ends.
Yeah.
Feels pretty bad if you're a carry.
And like we said, Irelia playing from behind is always one of the worst feelings because you can't really threaten the backline if you're this far behind. You can only, make use of the Vanguard's edge to play utility, and right now Salmon Pink can't even take the 1v1 because she knows that there are multiple members along this bot half.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, we've actually seen a bit of a micro misplays coming in from Salmon Pink.
Oh yeah.
Irelia. Whiffing a few skill shots that you really shouldn't be whiffing, and
let me share with you a hot tip. So I actually learned this the hard way when I was playing with Jensen. He's currently the coach of Legacy, right?
Yeah.
When we dual queue and I play Irelia, he always tells me one thing. When you throw out your E, you need to throw the further one first and then the nearer one. Not the nearer one first and the further one. Because the further you throw your E, the quicker it arms. Yeah, I'm not kidding. So when you throw your E out to land the stun, you always have to throw it further away first and then closer to you. Not close and then far. And every time you see Salmon Pink throw out her E, it's always close and then far, which is why a lot of the times she cannot land it properly.
I'm gonna take notes for my, solo queue adventures real quick. But yeah, I actually did not know that. I thought it was actually the same, regardless of what you did.
So if you ask anyone that plays Irelia at a high level, always throw the E out further away from you first, then close, then nearby to you.
Alright, now we're gonna see both teams beginning to set up around the dragon. Once again, keep in mind, if close behind takes up this dragon, they are gonna get the Ocean Soul, which is a significant advantage in any of the ensuing team fights that may occur.
Teleport up for both top laners as well. At this point, if you are Mordekaiser though, I'm not sure who you want to use the out on. You throw Tristana into the Death Realm, sure, but I don't know if you can even take that 1v1, and removing Tristana out of the fight only does so much because there is still that Olaf threat. 3-1 and 0. Not really Chad Olaf just yet, but able to impress upon the Misfortune some threat at least.
Yeah, we aren't actually going to see Olaf pop off this game like we did yesterday, but still, like you said, a bit of a threat if you're the Misfortune. We see another engage though.
Yep, throwing the E away from her further this time is actually going to give her the kill here. She throws out the Vanguard's edge as well. That's going to be the kill picked up, and now the teleport coming in from the Mordekaiser. A bit unnecessary, you have to think. But, not Mordekaiser, rather the Yorick. But still, they will be able to claim the Ocean Soul here after picking up not just the Kayn, but the Vladimir as well.
Yeah, that was absolutely unnecessary coming in from the Yorick. Could have actually stayed top and actually pressured that top lane inhibitor turret. But unfortunately, they are going to give away that pressure in exchange for this secure dragon.
Ocean Dragon will make it Ocean Soul here as the fourth one is picked up, and Comfy Roof now turns her attention to the bot tier 2.
Alright, we are actually seeing, the vision beginning to equalize for both these teams. Winter actually doing quite a good job in getting wards towards their top side of the jungle, so that, if close behind try to pressure around the Baron, they have at least some means of getting there without being spotted.
And still, Baron Pit is a very dangerous point to fight in if you are close behind esports, because that confined space is just perfect point for Vladimir as well as Misfortune to channel their ultimates and do damage.
Yeah, we've talked about, close behind esports' ability to, jump in on Winter, but if you're the one starting up the Baron and Kayn runs at you, Misfortune's in the backline, channeling bullet time on all 5 of your members, there's not much you can really do to mitigate that except for, setting up properly before actually executing that play.
Yeah, I think the only point you can start the Baron is to find a pick, and if you take this unfair fight, it might be a bit of an issue here. They saw Vladimir on the bot half, so this might be a signal for them to start this Baron. Best case scenario is going to be a 4v5. If Vladimir arrives in time, though, it might be a different situation.
Yeah, they won't take this in time, so Vladimir should be here for at least the ensuing fight.
Down to 4K
Kane's
already.
on the back.
Kane's on the back, looking for the steal. It's down to 2,000. Kane still hovering off the back, looking to go for the steal. Will be able to get it. And now this is the fight that's breaking out. Vladimir arriving in time, and Close Behind Esports have to scatter like the wind. There's nothing much that they can really do as they all flash across the wall. They still managed to clean up the Janna and the Misfortune though, but the ensuing fight, I don't know how this is going to go. Winter backing off with the Baron buff might just be the best course of action right now. A great steal coming from Tawan to keep her team still in the game.
And that was super duper messy, but in the end, Winter does manage to come out on top in that trade. Like we said, you have to set up properly if you're going to go for that Baron against this composition, and unfortunately, they did not do just that.
Just too many things to really worry about as the pool was used by Vladimir to get out. And really, watching out for the Kane, watching out for the Misfortune and the Vladimir, you just have to have a million sets of eyes to prep for that, and they did not. They didn't respect the steal coming from Kane, and now there is Baron buff on 3 members, and crucially, on the Mordekaiser and Vladimir as well.
Yeah, so he's gonna, mitigate a bit of a threat that Close Behind Esports is gonna bring towards the mid lane with this siege. They're actually being forced to back away now and reset. Winter coming in with the item advantages for now.
Look at the lineup on Close Behind Esports. Their draft has no way of reliable, safe wave clear, right?
Yeah.
There is no access to that. The only way they wave clear so far has been using Tristana to auto attack and clean the waves out. With Baron buff, it becomes that much more difficult because the minions, as we all know, with Baron buff, are very resilient. So for them to press the advantage right now, this is a pause on any sort of goal lead that they're trying to push. This 4K goal lead doesn't mean anything because they can't push for fights.
Yeah, it's just pause, right? Neither of these teams really have an advantage until the Baron expires, in which case Close Behind Esports, they can continue their push. But right now, Winter, they have to look for opportunities here. They have to try to claw their way back towards equal footing once the Baron expires so that they can continue to contest this game.
They need to make a power play in every sense of the word. Otherwise, they're just going to play from a deficit still. That being said, though, we were talking about how this composition is full AD.
Yeah.
And everyone on the Winter side has some form of armor already picked up. We see double tab eyes on the top laner and the jungler. Vladimir has already gotten the early Zhonya's Hourglass. And Misfortune, although she hasn't gotten the armor necessary, which is why she died so quickly in the first place, all she has to do is just stand there and channel bullet time for her team.
Yeah, we're looking at a little bit of, I think I want to say uncertainty coming from Close Behind. We're seeing them take a little bit of risky skirmishes in the enemy jungle. I don't think you really want to be looking at that. You want to step back. You want to play a bit safer until the Baron expires. Maybe you pick up Elder Dragon, in which case you force it. And I think once you get Elder Dragon, you just take the win.
Elder Dragon, like you mentioned, is going to be the next objective that spawns. If my calculations are right, there should be another less than 2 minutes, as our observer has shown us, about 1 minute and 45 seconds before it spawns. We need some big ticket items to come in for the Misfortune, and just as I say that, she picks up the Infinity Edge, which is going to be crucial for her bullet time. Remember that bullet time her ultimate rather, can crit on each wave. So that's going to be a much needed damage boost in these team fights.
Yeah, that's as big is gonna get on Misfortune. Really interested to see how she's gonna do in the ensuing fights because, like you said, absolutely crucial in how the rest of this game is gonna play out.
Yeah, she can position well. It doesn't matter if she has no armor because all she's gonna be doing is throwing out from an unseen distance or unseen place. If she's in position to get dove by the Olaf, that's just bad positioning, man. And there's really no amount of armor in the world that's gonna save you. So the key on this Misfortune is how she positions in these team fights. Whereas I think for the Close Behind side, they're gonna have to be. They're gonna want to not only zero in on that Misfortune, but deny the Vladimir engage coming in. If Vladimir can get to a point, oh, hold on, Misfortune finding a kill onto Yorick in the top half. It was a combined effort there from not only Velasquez, but also from the Vladimir as well as Mordekaiser in the top half.
And that's gonna alleviate pressure from the top, but that's exactly what a split pusher wants. You get the attention of 3 members at the top. The rest of your team goes down bot and takes another tower. Now, calmer heads will prevail, so I want to see Close Behind Esports beginning to set up the amazing vision control like they had around that dragon. They want to secure this Elder Dragon. They want to press that advantage.
Even though they are 1 man down, there is still 25 seconds on the clock before Yorick respawns. They need to put the vision down to ensure that there is some level of safety around here.
Okay, now we are going to see Winter take up a bit more of an advantageous position around the dragon, so they are going to have full vision control over the Baron pit, the Dragon Pit rather.
More importantly though, we have to see whether the members of Close Behind Esports are going to try and press upon this fight. because Comfy Roof now has made the call. She has made the executive decision to go to the top side and push out the wave. Teleport is available though for her to come back into this fight.
Yeah, this is basically a dance, right? A game of chicken. Whoever pulls the trigger first on this dragon is definitely gonna meet some sort of resistance. The question is who's gonna come out on top, because keep in mind, I think Baron has, you know, dissipated. The advantage is gone.
Oh yeah, it's actually gonna respawn in less than a minute.
Absolutely. So we are actually gonna see close behind esports just step back and concede a little bit of vision advantage here.
Looking at both these compositions, being inside the pit is actually a death sentence, because not only can Vladimir Misfortune take advantage of that confined space, so can Leona and Irelia, because of the nature of their ultimates. It allows you to control space very well. So like you said, it's a game of pull and push, a game of chicken, but whoever commits into the pit first is going to find themselves in a world of hurt unless they can maneuver and finesse their way out.
Okay,
Speaking of maneuver and finesse their way out, Tristana stuck in a very bad position, actually going to get caught out by the Vladimir, forced out of the fight already, having to pop the heal as well as the flash. So this is a fight that she cannot participate in. Jumping back in the Monsoon is great though, but a bit of a miscommunication coming in now. Olaf just running into the center of the fight. They've already used the bullet time, they've already used the Hemo Blink, and I think this is close behind esports just running in and looking to take the fight. Tristana rejoining in, using the QSS to get out of the death room, and now they've isolated the Mordekaiser. There's enough people here to run her down. Snell is in a horrible position. There's no way she's getting out of this one. They found 2 kills. They found the Kayn. They found the Mordekaiser, and they should be able to find the Elder Dragon here.
Yeah, definitely. It was very, very questionable coming in from the Tristana and Leon. Not sure what they were trying to do there without any sort of vision cover. By the end of the day, I think Olaf did a good job at distracting Misfortune for long enough for close behind esports to come up and clean up the fight. Now they're going to take Elder Dragon, and I think the rest of the game.
Finesse was the word I would use there, because finesse is the word I would use there, is because when you saw the fight break out, right, they understood, okay, all we have to do is just dodge away from all the big ticket ultimates. The moment Monsoon and Misfortune's out was mistimed, they could just go back in and clean up the fight.
Right now, I'm actually not sure if they require Baron in order to close out the rest of this game, but I think they are gonna try to go for it. Keep in mind, you have to have proper vision control set up once again. This is not Dragon, it's actually easier for Winter to get into that pit. So what close behind esports needs to do is they have to rip all of the wards out that Winter have around this, but instead they're just going to engage on the Baron.
I think there is no response here. Yeah, there was no response here because Kayn was on the bot half. There's really nothing they can do to steal this one away. And if you look to fight, remember, this is a team with Elder Dragon. They're doing true damage on abilities. They're doing execute percentage health damage. There is no way you stick around for this fight, because guess what? Even though your health is low enough, immediate execution comes in from the Elder Dragon. Are we looking to re-engage on this fight though? The bullet time is actually in a pretty good position, shredding the back line. Misfortune found the ticket there. Even though they had Elder Dragon, I'm not particularly sure why they picked that fight, and that's going to be a quadra here, I think, for the Misfortune. Walking into a funnel, just as we sing their praises. Close behind esports, eat the bullet time and ask for seconds.
And that is absolutely devastating for close behind esports. If you're not here, but Daryl had his hands in the air. You're so frustrated. What in the world were they trying to do? Funneling themselves again into that choke point with Misfortune straight in the back line.
If I was the coach right now, I'd be throwing my book on the table, just like, you guys got the Baron, you guys got the Elder, and you look to take the fight after that in a funnel where Misfortune has double zeal, full crit at this point, 100% crit. Her bullet time is just going to rip you apart. There's no reason for you to be fighting there, and they might just lose the game off this.
They are definitely going to lose the game off of this. They had everything going for them, but they literally just threw away every single advantage by going for
Solar
that.
Flare coming in. They're trying to hold this, but it's to no avail as they lose a massive fight, and they will lose the Nexus. Close behind esports now. They must be devastated.
Absolutely. I'm sorry, if you're not going to set up appropriately to take the worm, sure, you got the objective, but you did not see what was coming afterwards. If you're going to funnel yourself into that sort of choke point when you know there's an MF on the other side of the map, I'm sorry, you just deserve to lose that game.
I'm a little tilted, I'm not going to lie. I saw them get the
that's
Elder.
fair.
I was like, okay, you guys can fight
Yeah.
in an open space. And then to get the Baron, like, this game surely is over now.
Yeah, and the thing is that, you know, it was actually a misplay from the Kayn, actually showing up bot side instead of contesting the contesting the Baron.
Yeah.
That allowed them to get the worm, but like there's no way to describe it. They just threw everything away in one fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've probably seen the greatest throw right here in FSL history. Close behind esports. Commiserations to them, they will be dropping out of the tournament, not even going on to face their longtime rival Lannisters in the next round, which is going to be up soon. Of course, the next round will determine who makes it into the winner finals for today. Right now, we do see Winter advancing forward to play Lannisters in the next best of one. That will be coming up relatively shortly. For now, guys, we will be going for a short break. I need to take a moment to reset and untilt myself because that last fight really had my hand up in the air. I was about to slam my phone. With that, guys, we were going for a short break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
And welcome back to FSL, ladies and gentlemen. I think we've sufficiently untilted for the next game. Hopefully it is
What's
a
good?
less tilting game. I'm Spoots, he's Hungry Casts. Let's get into it.
Yeah, it's the second game, and remember, the winner of this is gonna be moving onward to play against WoW in the best of 3 final. So this is, of course, Lannisters versus Winter. Winter coming off a interesting victory after the previous game. Of course, they were down the whole game up to a miraculous bullet time. Won them this game of a big team fight. So right now we are looking at the picks and bans of Lannister versus Winter. Lannister on the blue, Winter on the red. Olaf banned out, Vladimir and Jace as well for Lannisters. Meanwhile, Winter will be banning out the Zoe as well as Akali. Now remember that Aphelios as well as Mordekaiser was left open, so we will have to see if either one is taken out, but in this case, no, it's going to be the Gangplank.
Yeah, that's the thing with this patch, right? You have so many power picks that you might as well just ban things that you don't want to play against.
Yeah, I feel like it's okay trading power picks, and speaking of power picks, it's going to be Misfortune being picked away from Velasquez, who did have a relatively good showing in the previous game. Do want to emphasize that Lannisters was the previous FSL Thai regional winners, so they did place, I think, 3rd in FSL Elite second season, and they were the Thai representatives. So if they win this, it'll be their second victory as the Thai representatives, and they will be moving on to FSL Elite. Well, if they can make it to the finals, of course.
All right, so Misfortune and Ornn locked in. Both, power picks that they do pretty well. I think Ornn is pretty high pick ban in the previous day.
The thing, though, is that with Ornn up and Braum available as well, I'm kind of worried if they don't pick away Braum. And we've seen Misfortune Braum actually be a really good bot lane pairing.
Yeah.
Not only is Glacial Fissure, not only does Glacial Fissure have good synergy with your bullet time, it also offers a lot of safety when it comes to laning as well as team fighting.
Okay, but this is a new pick coming in. It's going to be Lucian, which signals to me early aggression.
Yeah.
They want to go in on the Misfortune. So Braum, again, it actually might be a pretty good pick here. You want to peel for your Misfortune, especially in lane, against the threat that Lucian does bring.
You do want to be wary of Lucian Leona, Lucian Nautilus as a bot lane pairing, though, because despite the Braum safety, these are still very dangerous duos that you might not want to play into. And there you go, the Braum being picked up. Right now, this bot lane has been secured. I would argue that it's more safe and stable as compared to other bot lane pairings, but right now it's the Jarvan that's locked in for Sbubby. Remember that she is a I wouldn't say Kayn one trick, but she does favor the Kayn a bit more. By this time, going a bit more to something more textbook. Jarvan having the early power, having the early strength to not only take dragons alone, but also impress upon advantages that your team might have.
Yeah, definitely. So we look at the Nautilus hover. It's gonna be either Nautilus Leona. I think you don't want to look for a defensive support when you go for Lucian. So definitely a jump on the AD carry in the early game engage composition in this bot lane for Winter.
This is good though if you are on the blue side with Jarvan, because what you can do now is you can more or less start on the red buff with your team and then do a Crux clear. Just straight up walk to the bot lane at level 2 with red buff Crux clear, and then you can force a flash on Lucian Leona if they play aggressive, right? That way you actually buy some space for MF and Braum to lane safely. It's okay if you lose the top half because you can hit level 3 off a Scouted Crab next, right? So that's one of the cheese things you can do with Jarvan, especially there's literally 2 junglers you can do this with, Jarvan and Gragas. Level 2 ganks, best in the game, right? Gragas with Predator, Jarvan with Flag and Drag. So these are the things you can do with these early aggressive junglers.
Yeah, we bring up the level 2 cheese engage coming in from Jarvan quite a bit on the broadcast, but I think we haven't actually seen it all that much. But I think this is actually one of the, like you said, best opportunities for that to shine through. Very interested to see whether or not it's going to be pulled out this game or not.
Sbubby right now is calling some attention for a team to ban out the junglers, so Elise has been removed. In response to Jarvan, we normally see things like Echo, we normally see Lee Sin, champions that have their fair share of abilities to do a duel out. Of course, Lee Sin isn't something we've seen a lot in the Thai qualifiers, not really a FSL thing, if you will.
Alright, certainly in the previous game, it was close behind Pladio, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, we haven't actually seen Winter show through too much of jungle dragon priority in the form of something that can solo dragon.
Yeah.
So actually, the pool for what they might pick here is actually quite big.
Yeah, but the Orianna is actually something that they are comfortable with.
Yeah.
This is a wombo combo composition. Let's not mistake it, right? This is Ornn blows the horn, everyone else goes in and follows up. Right now, they're actually saving jungle as the last pick to consider, at least factor in, what Lannister have in their lineup. If they are playing more aggressive lanes, you could pick a jungler that covers. Otherwise, you could pick something that has some more space and time to farm.
Definitely. Now we're going to see both solo laners locked in this round for Lannister, which does leave... actually, no, they actually blind pick the Orianna, so
Yeah.
they know exactly what they have to counter pick against.
Still though, Lux into Orianna is kind of a tricky matchup, just in nature of forcing ganks. Remember that Jarvan is one of those, like I said, on-demand CC junglers, right? If Lux lands a Dark Binding, or Light Binding in this case, guaranteed death on Orianna.
Yeah, man, that's going to be an Aatrox,
okay,
however.
that's good.
Ooh, very interesting.
This draft, honestly, very well-rounded if you ask me, because Aatrox is not as, for lack of a better word, cancerous anymore. The sustain is still there, don't get me wrong, but not as bad as back then. You know, back then, or if you trade with Aatrox, there's no way you get a good trade because he just heals up after you're done trading, right? Right now, it's kind of geared towards team fighting a bit more. So when you pop your World Ender and you get a kill, you get a very substantial heal, right? And this team composition actually does excel in creating situations where Aatrox can get resets, can get the heals, because you have a lot of AoE damage, you have a lot of single isolated pick-off potential as well.
Alright.
Xin Zhao.
Okay, my tilt from yesterday is going to come back to haunt me now. I swear if this Xin Zhao pops off, I'm going to eat my word from yesterday. Oh my god.
Problem is that this composition, Xin Zhao, is, I would say, anti-synergy, because Ornn, Orianna, and Leona kind of focus, or at least center around getting them in confined space and then landing all your CC together. Xin Zhao does the opposite. With the Crescent Sweep, he knocks everyone away, right?
Okay.
So I could see that being used as a tool for resetting bad fights. I don't see it in the synergy of working together, right? So, of course, you can still have the option to knock Aatrox, Jarvan away. It's whether the team can coordinate, because we saw some mistakes from Winter the previous game, right? When they had Misfortune Janna. Janna will use Monsoon first, knocking everyone out, and then Misfortune outs. That's anti-synergy. You don't want to see that this game, right? So they need to coordinate. It's not to say that it's impossible. It's just past evidence has shown us that this team isn't always on the same page.
Okay.
It has to be done this time.
Alright, so if we run down the compositions, I think there is a bit of a possibility for the top lane to actually just explode one way or the other.
Aatrox, dude. Aatrox.
It's Aatrox, but the thing about Aatrox is, you know, in the early game, he actually doesn't have that much damage yet.
Yeah, fair enough.
And the thing with Ornn is that in the early game, he actually deals more damage than you expect now in this patch. So if Aatrox does fall behind, that could be horrible for Lannister. If he pops off, that's gonna be great for Lannister. So there is definitely a possibility for this top lane to go either way, and I think if that happens, the junglers have to come in to the picture here. But otherwise, I think the junglers, they're just gonna look towards bot side once again.
To tie it all back together, we talked about Jarvan having level 2 cheese. Xin Zhao also has a level 2 cheese that's pretty efficient when you go for the EQ start. So you get the knockup, you get the dash, of course. If you start on Rip Buff, you can actually cheese top lane, blow Aatrox's flash early on, right? So these are sort of the ways you could get early advantages for the onset, the Aatrox behind, and, you know, mitigate the threat that he becomes or turns into in the late game or the mid game, right? That being said, I would like to see both junglers pay a lot more attention to the bot lane, like we talked about in the past. Whenever there's a Leona on your team and you have an aggressive jungler, you should make sure that the opponents in the bot lane never get to play League of Legends.
Yeah.
What I mean is, every time they show up in lane, they overextend, boom, gank them, they're back in base, right? Either you blow their summoner spells early and often, or you just live in the bot lane so they don't get to push up. And Misfortune, despite being a lane bully in this current patch because of her double up, is very mobile. There's very little she can do to get away from Leona and Xin Zhao once they force the gank, once she overextends.
And the thing about Lucian Leona, right, is this is the most volatile bot lane I think you can get in League of Legends right now. Coupled with the Xin Zhao, like you said, they definitely want to get this Lucian hit. So focusing on the bot side looks to be the flavor of the day.
Yeah, definitely. You don't really have to, you know, get Ornn a hit all too much. Ornn is Ornn. Your utility in team fights is still there. Call the Forge God, the knock-up, all very good things considered. But bot lane, if you can't get the Lucian a hit, though, I do see some problems, because then your effective power in team fights is very much mitigated when it comes to walking to range. You'll be too afraid of the Aatrox, too afraid of the Lux. You can't really step up.
Yeah, that's against the Misfortune, right? Misfortune, we saw what she can do. We saw in the previous game, just wipe out the entire team. So if you do not get a hit on this Lucian, it's going to be absolutely devastating for Winter to go into any sort of team fight against Lannister.
Past couple of games, we've seen junglers start on the Rip Buff and then do full clears along the Rip Buff side. So I'm not sure if you remember, but the previous game it was Red into Raptors and Crux for the Red team. Red into Crux into Raptors for the blue team. Yeah, so overall, it does appear that they do want that level 3 real quick with a full clear on one side and look to make something happen. Adaptation is something I've seen a lot in the Thai region, so if they can, you know, like we say, adapt to starting with level 2 cheese instead of full clears, it might be a spanner in the works, as it were.
Yeah, but that's the thing, you have to make it work, right? Level 2 cheese, if you don't,
Oh yeah,
If
you
that,
lose
if that
so
game
much
doesn't-
tempo.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right now we are gonna hit into loading screen. I expect Oriana though to go for the Summer Spellbook. She did pick up Barrier. Problem is with this composition, you do want to get Cleanse at some point in time and Teleport as well. Instead, she will have the Summoner Eerie for her Keystone, whereas the rest of the Keystones look pretty standard except for Jarvan's, who has gone for Electrocute instead of the Conqueror. So I like to think of Jarvan builds in two ways. If you go Conqueror, you go for the Cinderhulk because you want the health to stay in combat. If you go for Electrocute though, you go for Warrior build because you want the burst, as much upfront burst as possible. But it's like the Chad Jarvan build, right? You go for Warrior into lethality.
Absolutely. This just signals to me that, Jarvan, like I said, wants to jump in. Possibly level 2 cheese. Electrocute does a lot of work.
Yes.
Especially in the early level. So definitely something we're looking towards building towards the level 2 cheese actually here.
Whereas Hail of Blades for Xin Zhao is actually not uncommon. It's actually the default build now because that way you can land your 3 talent strike very quickly. You get the bonus attack speed within half a second. You can proc the knock up ready.
Again, I think it just the point that we have to bring across is the junglers are the main point we have to look at.
Literally the linchpin for the team because in this particular patch, if the jungler doesn't understand where to path properly, isn't efficient, you lose a lot of tempo and your lanes fall behind very quickly, right? So if you can cover the right lanes, you clear the right camps at the right time, does get your team very well ahead. Now we are in a pause, hoping to figure out what's going on.
Yeah. Well, and a good jungler definitely will just break open the game for your team. And we haven't seen the best of performances coming in from Tawan on the side of Winter, but
apart from the Baron steal?
Apart from the Baron steals, but the thing about that is you shouldn't be in that position if you can't help it.
That is true,
so
yeah.
you should try to set it up if you're the jungler for your team.
It's like if your opponents have 4 dragons and you still steal Elder away, like great job, good steal. But you, as a team and as a jungler, your team shouldn't be in the position of giving away 4 dragons anyway, right? So I completely understand the train of logic behind that.
Alright, so back to the point was that I think Tawan definitely has to step up. I think the entirety of Winter actually has to step up when it comes to objective control. They definitely have to begin setting up better vision control over the dragon and the Baron when they do.
That is adorable. When Braum speeds out of base, he has a little sled of poros. Jeez.
The best Braum skin.
Best Braum skin, yep. Like the Mafia Braum looks cool because he throws out a money bag, but there ain't no sled poros, man. I want my poros on a sled.
Absolutely. Well, actually not sure what they're trying to do here. It's a bit of a interesting start. Braum is actually not allowed to go down there, and they do put down the information ward.
Using the ward there is gonna give them a lot of knowledge about where the Jarvan is gonna be pathing. So Spubby now might want to be careful. Of course, they might not be completely 100% sure of the ward's location. So Spubby is gonna be heading to the top side. Early damage on the Xin Zhao, and they will spot the Xin Zhao top half as well. So both junglers starting on the top half, looking to path down. So in line with what we predicted, bot lane focus. That by the time they path towards the jungle and do a clear, they will end on the bot half.
Yeah, well, this also means not a very big possibility for level 2 cheese coming from the Jarvan.
Yep.
Unless he tries to go top lane, which is
it's okay.
Unlikely to say at least.
Aatrox at level 1 is not the best, doesn't have a lot of damage, but you could force a flash.
Yeah.
Especially because Ornn has no items. So we've seen this before, right? In yesterday's games. You pick up 2 pots and then you wait for 450 gold. You walk into the lane, you build the Doran shield, and now you have an extra pot.
Okay, both junglers actually matching each other pretty well here. I don't think Xin Zhao was actually spotted when he walked down, but Jarvan is going to be spotted now, I believe. Not sure if he was in range, but
there were no pings. Actually, no, not spotted at all. The line of vision was cut off, so making a way to the bot side completely unspotted here. Meanwhile, aggression coming through from these bot laners, trading with the piercing light as well as the double up. See, once again, not spotted. So unless she walks over to the Raptors and just nice in time, the ward is going to time out. So Spubby with the 200 IQ play coming in, level 2. Might want to make that cheese gank happen. Oriana stepping up a bit too far forward. Not sure if Light Binding is available though. Counting the amount of minions, it's going to be pushing towards Lannisters though as the time goes by.
Yeah, that was going to be unlikely to say the least. He's actually just going to go path into Xin Zhao's jungle, put down a ward. This is definitely going to spot him out one way or the other.
Yeah, he has to walk around the back though. So eventually we'll spot out the Xin Zhao as she clears out the ground. Meanwhile, coming in for the bot lane gank, they're trying to land the damage and the CC down, though, having to flash and the ignite already on top of the Leona. A bit preemptive, you have to think. But this is what we're talking about. Give the bot lane some level 2 action. Force and burn the flash on the Leona so she can't be super hyper aggressive on your AD carry.
Yeah, that was a little preemptive. Definitely could have waited a little longer until Jarvan was actually in a position where he could gank on time, but they're going in.
Zenith Blade coming in. They land a lot of CC down though, but they're in a weird position. Actually, they're the damage already onto Leona. They're flashing forward for the first blood. Velasquez very low flag and drag in, knocks up the Lucian, and they trade 1 for 1. They're looking for more though as Bubby is in range. Level 3 available now. Flag and drag should be up in a couple of seconds, but slow from the W will dissuade them from chasing forward. It's going to be a 1 for 1 trade. All summoner spells expanded on the bot half, but guess what? The first blood gold went the way of Velasquez.
Yeah, and the gold does go on to the main carries that you want in the early game. Lucian obviously wants that 1 kill, picking up 2 longswords, but Jarvan actually also feeling pretty good with that 1 kill on the board as well.
Problem is, Misfortune did not get any of the gold from the kill credit, instead only got the assist. Had they picked up another assist, it would have been, a decent matchup because now she's not so far behind. But turns out double long swords is going to give you a decent advantage as Lucian in the bot lane. So a bit unfortunate that Lucian has the item spike right now.
Yeah, Lucian's actually going to have quite the item advantage for now. Just 2 long swords, but the stats that he gives this early in the game is actually pretty large. Oof. And keep in mind, MF was not able to back. She was not able to pick up any items. She's going to have biscuits, but that's just going to be a little bit of sustain. This lane is heavily in favor of Lucian right now.
Not sure if you saw, but Observer actually turned off the vision right there. The ward placed by Aatrox on the red buff did not see Xin Zhao walking topside. So playing hyper-aggressive and extending right now with the idea that she's safe might just come back to bite her as Xin Zhao clears up this topside.
Man, these wards are pretty useless today.
Yeah, you could see. There's finally spotting out the Xin Zhao heading to the topside and immediately backing off, and he doesn't want to stick around. Counting the amount of minions, had she not touched it, it would have pushed in favor of Snell towards her, but right now she's getting frozen out.
Alright, pathing down Kirsty with not much mana to speak of, but I think she's just a little too far back in the lane for a successful gank.
She's
pushing though.
She's leaning towards the right as well because she saw Xin Zhao on the top half, so this gives her an idea of at least where the jungler is going to be moving in. Actually landing a lot of damage. The electric coming in means that Kirsty has to flash out. Red buff almost took her down there. Challenging smite. Maybe used a second earlier might have been enough.
Yeah, definitely forcing out the Lux flash is going to be very, very good for the side of Winter. Not actually sure if she's going to expend the teleport, but his Lux is fine free if she uses it. This is what I like to see though. What I want to look at is whether or not either of these junglers actually prioritize going towards that dragon, because again, dragon's very impactful, but some of these teams haven't really been prioritizing it that much, and if one of these junglers do and the other doesn't, there's going to be a significant mismatch.
The question is always, if my enemy jungler takes dragon, what can I get in return, right? Am I going to be able to get 3 plates for my solo laners? Am I going to be able to get a double kill on bot lane? That kind of thing. And if you can't make any trades, well, obviously it's a free dragon, and we don't use that term loosely, right? It's an advantage over, there's no cost, there's no opportunity cost. Both teams now, though, moving towards the bot side. And when I say both teams, it's the junglers that are focusing their attention towards the bot lanes.
Yeah, the lane here is actually in pretty even state. Bobby is gonna hang around the back there. I'm not actually sure if they're gonna go in. I don't think there's much of an opportunity. It is gonna actually start pushing in favor of Winter though, so Bobby definitely can come back and revisit it sometime soon. Look at Xin Zhao though, he's actually gonna power down for a lane gang.
There are no wards to spot out Xin Zhao roaming in, so this might be very tricky, like you mentioned, the lane gang coming in, but Bubby might get baited into this. This might be actually a really, really bad situation. She might read the wave and say, oh, it's pushing in so I can gank. But good moves from Tawan actually, very cerebral, understanding that you need to cover this lane. Yeah. The lane is pushing, you need to sit there just in case Bubby forces the gank.
Alright, I don't think they're going to start this up, just going to clear out the control contested.
I need to back off. I think Misfortune has picked the BF sword here with 53 CS. Yep. We'll get the BF sword, get a long sword as well. So unless Velasquez bases here and gets her next buy, she's going to be at an item deficit. And it makes it very tricky to trade, especially with level 6 around the corner. That BF sword is going to do wonders in these fights.
Alright, taking a lot towards the top side. We haven't really been paying attention to these to this matchup. I mean, there's
very
no
little to
reason
talk about.
It's gonna be a wet noodle fight until Lucian Aatrox gets items, but they are gonna start up the dragon towards the bot side as Bubby is top now.
So once it goes off, alarm bells need to start ringing, right? So Bubby right now she's thinking, okay, we've given away the dragon for free. What can I get in return?
Scuttle Crab.
We'll get Scuttle Crab here. We'll see the control ward. We'll get control of the top half of the map with this. So ostensibly, this is space and pressure for Adney.
Yeah.
You have complete information of the river, so river ganks are not possible. All you have to do is keep the tri-brush warded. Meanwhile, unfortunate, but blue buff did go the way of the jungler instead of Orianna, who has a lost chapter. So not the worst thing in the world.
Arik's actually going to go for the Rift Herald. It's
not a bad trade.
Pretty good if it gets it this early on. Can trade it for a lot of turret plates. Maybe even a turret.
I need to mention that 10.1 Rift Herald is actually quite hardy to say the least. It takes quite a while to defeat her. Most people take at least 45 seconds to a minute, and this is tempo loss, right?
Yeah.
You need to translate Rift Herald into turret or at least turret plates, and this is difficult. It's at 1.8 now. There's no prio coming in from the Lux or the Aatrox just yet. They have to walk over. They have to support this. Otherwise, the contest might be coming in. Smited away. Not really in a right space to get the Rift Herald just yet. A great bind on the backline. Sinja already falling very low. Here comes Call of the Forge God. Completely whiffing the shockwave. Only catching one. Flashes all across the board. It's going to be Leona and Orianna that gets out. Light binding once more. Not finding its target. Remember that the final spark is available, but they will find a kill onto Juan, who overcommitted there. A great binding coming in from Kirsty in the nick of time.
Yeah, that's jungler for jungler, but crucially, they do pick up the Rift Herald on the side of Lannister, so that is going to be, you know what, we're going to look forward to in the next few minutes, where they're going to put it down, where they're going to find that advantage. They have about 4 minutes to work with until turret plating is going to disappear, so that's the significant window for them to put it down.
Right now, though, if they push in and look to activate the Rift Herald in mid or top, that is a commitment from Lannisters. That's saying, okay, I want to get this lane ahead. I want to give the bonus turret plate go over to this particular solo laner. Sbubby, though, moving over to the bot side. Not sure if she wants to commit the Rift Herald to that lane. She could just force a gank with her level 6. Cataclysm isn't up just yet. And then activate the Rift Herald soon after, though.
Alright, going in.
Going in. World Ender is not available, so this should be an easy pickup. Tawan gets the kill credit, and right now they're chasing into the bot lane. Flag and Drag not in range, but the bullet time is available. They don't even need it to get the kill at this point. Sbubby comes in with the assist, gives the kill over to Diglett, which isn't the best. It's still gold going the way of Lannister.
Yeah, gold is gold, and they're gonna put down the Rift Herald, so this is gonna be several turret plates being lost. There's nobody here to back it up, so they actually might even just get the turret.
The commitment is made. Bot lane is where the Rift Herald will go, and getting the turret might just be the cherry on top of the sundae from this gank.
Look, the turret's pretty tanky right now, so I actually don't think they're gonna get it. The minions are gonna disappear before they're gonna get 4 out of 5 turret plating, so that is still significant gold going into the side of Lannister.
They are still committing. There are quite a few ranged minions here, but with the Leona arriving back in bot lane, I don't think they can stick around anymore.
Yeah, fortunately for Lannister, Velasquez had no mana, so they actually couldn't go in. Whoa. Okay.
Kirsty might have to be careful here. The shockwave inches away. Could have been a horrible situation had that caught her. Orianna, though, looking like she's on the worst end of this trade here after getting caught by the Light Binding and Final Spark.
Yep, Orianna definitely in a difficult position right now. Is being forced to back, not enough health to continue staying in this lane, and Tawan has been standing around the mid lane for quite a bit, waiting for a gank. Unfortunately, just not been happening lately.
I love that, you know, as Lux... Oh, Kirsty. Just as we give her praise, she's going to get caught out. Great line binding, though, to get out of range. Flashes out. Tawan with no flash will mean that this gank comes to a premature end. I was about to praise her, and then, you know, she gets caught. But I love that she's playing towards the bot half of the mid lane, because she knows that her strength is in having Jarvan in bot lane, having the MF and Braum play forward. So just in case anything happens, she runs down the river, right? Over there, she committed past the river, can't be helped, get caught, and has to burn flash.
Yeah, that's the second time we've seen her burn flash thanks to a gank from Xin Zhao, right? I think if you really want to gank this lane, you really want to get Orianna hit, which I think is actually quite a good win condition. We want to see Tawan beginning to commit a little bit more, especially in this 5-minute window where Lux does not, again, have flash.
As a jungler, you need to regank lanes without flash, but wow, my goodness, once more into the bot lane is Sbubby. They did not really make anything happen right there. I think just forcing them off, and they will open the map on the bot half. Remember that Dragon is going to be spawning soon in 15 seconds. It's going to be Inferno, and both teams, eyes on the prize, want this.
Yeah, and they definitely do get a significant advantage now over the Lucian. They get all 5 turret platings as well as 2 assists on the MF right now, as well as a small minion advantage. So gold advantage coming in from MF, but she is at a item deficit right now.
Now, ultimates available for both teams. Everything is completely off cooldown, so this might be an extremely chaotic fight if it breaks out. We tend to allude to the idea of these small choke points in Dragon and Baron Pit, where if you commit into the pit, it's always dangerous because these massive AoE ultimates like Solar Flare, like Glacial Fissure, trap you and control the space so well. Which is...
Actually, take it back. Miss Fortune should not be at too much of a disadvantage right now. Should be able to pump out enough damage. If a fight goes on, it looks like they're committing.
Committing in, using the Glacial Fissure, knocking everyone up. A great Crescent Sweep, though, will split this fight. But they've committed a bit too deep, and here comes the Aatrox as well to clean up. Snell doing a lot of damage. It's a 2-for-2 for now. Make that a 3-for-2. Off the backline, running away is going to be Velasquez, the last member alive for her team, using the Cutlass to slow down Annie. Just barely getting out of range from the Darkened Blade, and a bit late on the teleport was Snell. The AoE CC and AoE damage was good.
Yeah, that was a very messy fight.
Oh, the snipe, baby!
Oh man, that's very unfortunate for Velasquez. I mean, 1-2 and 2 right now is gonna limp back to base without much in the way of profit.
Inferno Dragon picked up by Annie here. This is 1 dragon apiece. With a 3,000 gold lead, Lannister looking pretty happy. The next dragon is going to be Mountain. I say next, the next and ensuing dragons are going to be Mountains.
Alright, Kirsty actually going to spot out Square here. Okay, not much going for that. I do believe the next Rift Herald is going to be spawning shortly.
Yep.
Okay, so that's
30,
another...
sub 30 seconds.
Yep, that's another objective. They can go contest for...
The one thing about this patch you have to remember is that advantages roll.
Yeah.
What I mean when I say that is because remember Spubby got the early Rift Herald, she popped in bot, consistently reganked the lane. Because of that, a lot of the gold was artificially accelerated in favor of Miss Fortune, who has the Essence Reaver right now. When the next Rift Herald comes up, we saw what happened in that teamfight around Dragon. If they can control the next teamfight around Rift Herald, it snowballs again. They win the fight, they get Rift Herald, they take more towers.
Yeah.
So advantages snowball into advantages in 10.1. Whether the team can execute and make full use of that is the question that's up in the air. But according to textbook technical play, that's how you should be playing it.
Yeah, we do see a lot of members coming around that top side. They are actually going to go for a gank right now.
More ender pop by Annie. They're looking to get into range. Who are they going to isolate first? They're split their attention off the back. There is Tawan using the Crescent Sweep to split everyone up. A lot of damage. Double kill already picked up by Annie. Slams the sword down, looking for the triple. Will get it. And like I say, advantages into advantages. This is going to be the Rift Herald for Lannisters right now as the teleport comes through from Christie to clear out the mid lane.
And this is the clean decisiveness in team fights that we love to see coming in from Lannister, right? Anthony right now doing phenomenally 5-1 and 2 on this Aatrox. This is definitely the shining light for a team looking towards her to carry in the next few fights.
Meanwhile, solo kill coming in the mid lane. Flash and barrier available but not used at all. Christie 3-0 and 4 now. The score line for this mid laner is actually pretty impressive. And let's just say, if you remember clearly, she had a very good Ari game yesterday as well.
Yeah.
Push her team forward into the tournament, propel them further into the lower bracket. Lannisters looking to make a statement in this lower bracket round 3. Roro indeed. Don't check this, buddy. Landing the Inferno Chains, the damage coming through, and the knockup as well. It's going to be Christie that gets the first kill. Now, second to go down might just be the Leona as she gets over to the Blasco, but the laser to the face says not today. Double kill for Christie.
Yeah, and yesterday we had sort of identified the weakness that Lannister do show sometimes against WoW was, playing macro. But if you play Lannister...
Waste any health in a minute charge. Right now, a full health Rift Herald is going to be able to claim mid-tier 2 as well. So opening up the map in a massive way right now is Lannisters. Yeah, for sure.
Very difficult for Winter to come and, sort of answer this. So even if you try to play macro right now, your significant objective disadvantage is going to be very difficult for you even to pivot to that. So honestly, right now, the map is just for is Lannisters to play with.
5-0-4, Christie picking up a double kill earlier. We'll be moving towards a Banshee's Veil in terms of itemization, whereas Annie was pretty fat early on. We can't say that... Oh, hold on. Final spark to clear the wave, but not enough damage.
Uh-oh.
We'll manage to nick someone with the Light Binding though, look at the CC, the AoE coming in. Look, Call of the Forge God might not be enough. A great block by the Braum, and they should be able to clean up here. They find 2 kills in the mid lane, out of nowhere, just pulling the trigger with the Cataclysm. Meanwhile, teleporting onto the top side, a solo Orianna might not have much hope here as Atney fails to land the first chain, fails to land the first Q, the second Q kind of away from, but the third one in melee range might just be enough. Atney now looking to get into range once more. The kite though from Orianna is pretty decent, and nope, moving away, the last auto, and the Summoner Aerie. A game of inches, but the Orianna comes out ahead.
Yeah, the macro coming in from the Orianna, sidestepping so many skill shots from the Aatrox, absolutely crucial in getting that kill. And, you know, Aatrox expended the flash for this.
Yeah.
No, the
Teleport
for that, and I'm actually not sure what that was.
This far ahead, having some fun isn't completely out of the question. I could see that, you know, overconfidence, as it were. 30 seconds for the next dragon to come up. Look at the control right now inside the jungle. They've already used the Scryer's Bloom to get information of the control ward there, and now they're going to clean out all the vision, put out wards of their own, and lie in wait.
Yeah, Lannister sort of identifying that Winter have a bit of a disadvantage when it comes to, you know, putting down wards around objectives. So they are
safely checking vision as well. It's so difficult for them to safely check vision. Oh,
well, that's an advantage of. That's an example of that.
Yeah. Right now, though, all 5 members of Lannisters are around this area. Oh, the Light Binding actually nicking Tawan. Very low on health already. They're chasing forward, having to flash away from the Inferno chains. And he actually landing all the CC that was required right there. And there, double bind actually catches multiple members right off the back lines. Now, first to fall, and now they have to be careful because the Shockwave is going to eviscerate the back line. Friend just barely getting out. Misfortune living with a sliver of health. But with the bullet time, she's going to pay back double as the damage comes through. They will manage to clean up 3 members here. Jumping across, Atney looking for more. They're looking to cut off the escape. Kirsty now running into the mid lane to control the wave as well. Flashing in. Burns double flashes actually. Or a single one rather, coming in from the Orianna.
Kirsty on this Lux is looking very, very spooky. I mean, she's hitting all of these skill shots that she has to be hitting. And honestly, it's just turning a lot of these fights in favor of Lannister. She's trying.
She's trying.
Alright, well, next significant objective is going to be the Baron. One thing I want to point out, though, is that Winter has been taking a lot of fights that they shouldn't have in the first place.
Oh, yeah.
I think...
no reason to fight the dragon there, right?
Yeah. It's not even that. I think the other example was the fight before when they were in mid lane and they could have just backed up. The turret was in range, they could have just walked under the turret and they were safe. But no, instead they go for, I believe it was the jungler, and they get collapsed on in a very narrow choke. That is not something that you should be doing, and it's just a great example of, I think, Winter's decisiveness when it comes to taking fights. Decision making, rather.
Yeah, a bit poor at certain points. You have to call that into question when they are this far behind, 7k gold, and move up this far forward. Now probably going to get caught out is the Leona here. Final Spark jumps over the wall with the Blast Cone, but not enough health to get away safely. They pick up the support. They manage to clear out the vision here as well. Is this the call to start the Baron though? Because remember, Misfortune is kind of bad at taking objectives. A single target damage isn't something like a Kai'Sa, isn't something like a Lucian, so it might be a bit tricky for them to finish this off. Although repeated shields from the Prismatic Barrier on Lux might make this a lot easier. Inside the pit against Ornn, against Orianna, it's still a danger zone.
Yeah, it's gonna be... You can see he's falling very slowly. They're gonna go in though.
All the Forge got blocked away by the Unbreakable. They're looking to take this fight. A great Final Spark will not land though. Cataclysm on the back line. The Shockwave catching 2 members. More than enough damage as the bullet time comes through. They're ripping everyone apart. Tawan now might just be the next to go down off the back line. Etney is just healing up and ripping everyone to shreds.
Look at Friend.
Friend just left untouched. Etney having the time of her life, getting the resets, getting the speed boost. Velasquez, the last member alive, will walk away, but will not make it out alive.
Yeah, Etney in the front line doing a lot of work, just making sure that Winter was completely disjointed and no way of, you know, fighting back. And Fred playing the team fight extremely well, always in the back line, always pumping out consistent damage, completely untouched. This team is amazing at team fights.
Team fighting extraordinaires are Lannisters, and right now they're moving into the base. They're getting the inhibitor turrets. Not really in a position to take the inhibitors, but remember in the pregame we were talking about how Aatrox not as much of a cancer champion anymore.
Yeah.
The healing though is still pretty ridiculous when you can find the resets on the World Ender.
Yeah, especially when you have Death's Dance and you're this far ahead. It's just, if you can get your skill shots, nothing is going to kill you.
problem is there's so much residual collateral damage coming in. No one is actually actively targeting people. All they're doing is just throwing out bullet time, throwing out final spark. Whoever gets caught is fine.
Yeah.
They're low enough, Aatrox will just run them down.
The one thing that we have to take note, one thing that Winter can do to change the tides of these fights is, again, Oriana's Shockwave. I think we've seen it a couple times, catching out the Misfortune and doing quite a bit of damage. So if she's able to land these skill shots, I think it's gonna be not easy, but possible for them to come back.
It gives them a fighting chance.
Yeah.
I think as long as you don't Call of the Forge God unnecessarily. Hold on, getting caught here by the Light Binding and the Final Spark as well. There's actually good damage from Spubby here. 2, 3, and 20. The jungler for Lannister has been doing a lot of work for her team. Pings onto the Baron once more as they force Snell away in the top side with the flash.
Yeah, they forced on away, right? At this point, you're not really committing to the Baron. I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to bait people in for a fight.
Like we said, there's no real safe way for them to check vision, so the moment they walk up, there is a space for them to attack, and right now Baron is down to 3,000, having to disengage though. They're focusing on the Xin Zhao first to deny any opportunity of a steal. Call of the Forge God actually goes through, but they will find a kill on the Xin Zhao. Now backing off, using the culling to cover their retreat. Snell has no ultimate anymore. We'll have to see if Solar Flare can do anything together with the Shockwave.
Yeah, again, Winter with these disjointed decisions that they're making in these team fights, just really playing into Lannister's hands. I mean, then again, they are in a lose-lose scenario. They don't contest, they lose the Baron. They do contest, Lannisters know they're just going to turn, they're just going to kill everyone.
And they have so many good ways to turn as well. They can use Jarvan, they can use the Braum Glacial Fissure. If they pick someone with a Light Binding, which Christie has been amazing at using, so many ways to start fights. Like we mentioned again, or like we talked about earlier, there's no good way for them to check vision. They can't really walk up and throw a spell down and say, okay, we know that they're starting Baron, right? It's not like a Jarvan E. It's not like a Lux E as well,
Definitely. Look, another advantage of having, so much vision at the Baron is that you know that Winter are around the vicinity, which gives you free reign to actually just pop down here and take the dragon, knowing that your enemy, they're not actually contesting the Baron.
Good news though is Winter are showing some sort of restraint and temperance. They understand, okay, there's no reason for us to fight for this dragon. Third is not the breakpoint. Fourth is the breakpoint. Elder is the breakpoint. Let's back off. Let's defend our base. Let's buy some space and see if we can team fight from there. Because if we're checking into Fog of War, we've seen how that happens, how that works out, right?
Yeah, definitely. They do absolutely have to buy a bit of space. It's about a 9k gold advantage for the side of Lannister right now. Extremely significant. I don't think Winter is going to find any sort of good fight in the next few minutes at least. Yeah,
the winner of, or at least the Thai representatives of FSL Season 2 come in super strong this time with a new addition to their roster, not to neglect that Spubby has moved over. She is now the jungler and perhaps calling the shots for her team as well.
And here's the question, right? In the bigger picture, right, we're not really seeing Lannister being tested macro-wise again. We're not sure whether or not they adapted from the previous day. And the fact of the matter is that WoW is the team that beat them yesterday. And WoW is a team that plays macro pretty well.
They're like the final boss.
Yeah, so okay.
Great knock-up, great final spark using the Cataclysm. Shockwave actually completely whiffing. And here comes the bullet time. They're walking into it and they're getting shredded. Friend finds the first kill here and they're just walking it into base. A bit of an over-aggressive position coming in from Oriana, having to burn all her summer spells and getting killed still. Meanwhile, Adney is just rushing forward, the culling being used by Velasquez to retreat back. But they will get an inhibitor, they will turn their attention over to the bot side.
Yeah, this is just a lot of elements of Winter's base going towards the side of Lannister. Not much they can really do in the way of defending that. I mean, you're already at a player disadvantage, you're at significant goal disadvantage. Lannister, they can just walk in, they can take whatever they want, and you can't do anything to stop them.
Being a bit tricky there, Kirsty had the final spark available, was fishing for a pick, but unable to find it because the Light Binding did not connect. Right now, they're moving over to the Baron. They're not attempting it, they're just threatening the Baron. They're clearing the vision out saying, if you guys check this, we will kill you, so be very careful about how you approach us.
Yep, and now they're going to go back to reset. And remember, they have a lot of gold in their pockets right now.
Buddy, you say reset, they're walking over to starting Baron up.
Wait, what? Oh, I thought they were backing.
No,
Okay.
they started it down to 10k, 11k rather, as it's slowly but surely falling.
on
But
the
look
flank.
at the back line. Aatrox is coming in with the flank, and he is a monster, and we'll have to see where the attention goes. Orianna already falling very low, the Shockwave pulling Kirsty in, and that's not what you want. Meanwhile, around the Baron Pit, it's going to be Tawan that falls as well. So 2 members down already. The mid lane and the jungler, possibly 3 here, as Leona gets knocked up. CC coming through, Call of the Forge God might be blocked here. Doesn't even matter because they find the 3rd kill inside the base, and now they're looking to close this out.
And this is what Mental Boom looks like. Right?
Oh,
you
yeah.
can see how disjointed Winter is. They have no idea what's hitting them. I mean, Aatrox teleporting into the backline right there, right then. No one's going to see that coming. It's just amazing decision making, amazing team fighting coming in from Lannister. Almost picking up the Lucian, but that would have just been the cherry on top of this win.
Yeah, the win coming through in an amazingly delicate fashion, manufactured in place by the eloquence that is Lannister right now, finding a double life binding, probably looking for the kills before they close out the game. Legendary is friend, and guess what? It all fell into place perfectly for Lannisters, and now they're advancing into the lower bracket finals.
Ooh, there's not much to say for that fight. I mean, you look at the score lines, right? So many of them, Lux and MF, they have no deaths. It's just, wow.
I think the game plan was very apparent when we saw, or at least executed well, when we saw Spubby move over to the Rift Herald, because, you know, the earlier statement of advantages rolling into advantages, right, has not rung truer than this game. The moment they got Rift Herald, they committed, and I said, the lane they commit the Rift Herald to is the one that they have to power forward with. They chose bot lane, fine. You consistently regank bot lane, get the turrets down, and then transition to top to get 2nd Rift Herald and just win from then on. The damage on the charts right now on your screen speaks for itself. Annie cleaning up fights, Kirsty landing light bindings like no tomorrow, and MF happily sits in the back and presses R.
Whew, well, that was an absolute masterclass in, you know, team fighting coming in from Lannister. But for now, I think we're going to go for a break. When we come back, we're going to have, I believe, the finals?
Yeah, it's going to be the lower bracket finals, I believe. Or excuse me, rather, the winner finals. This was the lower bracket finals.
Yeah.
This is the winner upper bracket finals now coming through. It's going to be a best of 3, actually,
Yeah.
between Team WoW as well as Lannisters. The latter themselves looking to make, or at least vie for championship slot and represent Thailand for the 2nd time, while a completely new newcomer to the FSL circuit is hoping to upset their dreams. But for now, guys, as Spoots has said, we're going to go for a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are looking at the winner bracket finals for now, and once again, I am Hungry Cass, and alongside me is Spoots. We will be bringing you all the action for the last best of 3 for today. To recap the series of events that led us here, Lannisters did just beat Winter in a best of 1 in the lower bracket finals to make it here, and of course, Team WoW, which is their current opponents, played the upper bracket all the way in, and they managed to have a really good successful run, which is also how they ended up here. The winner of this, of course, the stakes are placed at FSL Elite on the 8th and 9th of March, which will be held in Singapore, as well as a chance to vie for $2,000 in terms of prize pool, and of course, all expenses paid trip to come here and compete, which is not the first time we're running this. FSL Elite is in its third season, whatever you want to call it, and we've added a couple more titles to this as well, so it's going to be super exciting. Free up your calendars, do mark it down, but for now, let's look at the picks and bans for Game 1.
Yeah, and keep in mind, the way that WoW got here, they beat Lannisters in their previous game with pretty good macro, and what I'm interested to see right now is whether or not Lannisters learn their lesson, whether or not they're gonna have brushed up their macro in the preparation time beforehand, and whether or not we're gonna see something changed up this time.
I like that they ban out Misfortune on the red side. They bait out the Jarvan pick so that Bubby can play Poppy, and as we all know, the interaction between Poppy and Jarvan is quite unique. You deny ganks by using the Steadfast Presence. If they decide to force with EQ, you can put the W up and it just blocks anyone from dashing in or out, right? So it's also one of Bubby's sort of like pocket jungle picks alongside the Kayn, so she's very comfortable on this. Meanwhile, they've also got the Braum, so they have very good control in terms of keeping the backline safe, as well as space and area denial. Polikaton locking in the Orianna for her mid laner, which is quite an okay open pick if you ask me. It's very flexible depending on how you want to play the matchup. But for now, though, we do note that Mordekaiser is still open, and so is Aphelios.
Yep, one more thing that is open is Kirsty's Lux again. And we've seen her play it in Orianna, so we might actually see that again. And the thing about Kirsty's Lux, she misses skill shots so rarely.
Yeah.
It's just, if you're playing against this Lux, you just have to be very aware that, hey, that skill shot is probably going to hit you unless you dodge very, very well.
We'll lock in the Nautilus as the last pick. Knowing that it's going to be a mid lane Orianna, Kirsty immediately locks in the Zoe. And just to remind you, in the previous game, the Zoe was banned against Lannister, so this is the first time I think we're seeing Zoe being picked up by Kirsty. Moving on to the second ban phase, the focus now might just be on the bot laners, considering that both teams have sort of picked their supports already. They've committed to what they want to use for the bot lane supports. Instead, will be the Ornn banned out on the top lane for Lannisters.
Okay, so we are banning away the top laner for the side of Lannisters. That signals to me that they want to get a good top lane carry champion again. Especially if you're taking away all these
definitely
tanks.
Looking for a good matchup, especially on the red side. You can save last pick for top lane to get the best optimal matchup you can look for. Annie is as a player, we've seen her pop off the previous game on Aatrox. She didn't really need any help in lane. All she needed to do was show up in fights and snowball herself by mastery of her individual champion. The previous game she was playing on Aatrox. Moment she arrived, pop more ender, go in, right?
Yeah, keep in mind Aatrox is actually banned this time, so we're not going to see that carry performance again. Might pull out a different champion this time, who knows, but on the other side of the coin, WoW is banning away 80 carries. That's Aphelios gone. It's a very strong pick. Taken off the board.
3 carries in the top lane. 3 top lane bans being expanded and 2 tanks from Lannister. This does tell me that they might want to play a bit of a carry in the top lane, so possibly Aurelia is still open. They might look to go for that. Aurelia, of course, not really the optimal champion to play into tanks, so by removing both Sion as well as Ornn, you have the opportunity to play top lane Aurelia. Otherwise, Mordekaiser works as well. And now they're saving the last pick for 80 carry.
Counter picking 80 carry. Interesting. Well, if you already have the Braum, it's probably going to be a defensive sort of lane. Misfortune is gone, so you don't have that option anymore.
You can do Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa's great here. The problem with Kai'Sa is you don't have as many people to proc the plasma stacks as you want. Into Darius, though, Mordekaiser actually deals pretty well depending on how you play the matchup. Of course, it's all about spacing.
Don't want to get hooked in by the Darius. Darius, obviously, it's going to be a lane bully.
We'll talk a bit more about it as we approach that. But to theorize about the bot lane picks right now, of course, WoW has to show their hand first. And combined with the Nautilus, this is the composition you should actually play Kai'Sa into, but instead will be the Sivir. Seeing the Sivir on WoW side now, actually could do Kai'Sa and do pretty well into this matchup.
Yeah, the fact that you do have the Sivir now, though, it means that you are going to play a bit of an engage. You want to go in. you're gonna speed everybody up. You're
Right.
gonna run at the enemy, and that's gonna be Lucian Brom. I don't really like that. It's not.
It's a good kill lane, but you can't
Alright.
team fight well because of your range. So you're gonna get spaced out by not just the Sivir but also the Orianna, right? When it comes to like team fighting, you can't really walk in safely until Shockwave is down, until Darius gets kited out, because the moment you move in too close, they will look to capitalize on your short range. So it's a good lane pick. Don't get me wrong. Team fighting is very, very tricky for Lucian.
Yeah, I mean, against Sivir in the lane, sure. Sivir has short range, so do you, so that's a bit equalized. But once you get again into the team fights,
Yeah.
the fact that Sivir is able to pump out so much damage, just standing in the back line,
And
you're not
throwing
gonna get
ricochet,
her.
yeah. Literally, you buy Essence Reaver, you get crit items, you stand in the back, just throw ricochet. Just by nature of it bouncing to people, you do a lot of just collateral residual damage from people standing near to each other.
Again, when Lucian is in the game, we have to point out that he has to get a hit.
Yeah.
He has to get a hit very early. And with Braum, I don't think that's the best facilitator. Well, no, you have Leona Band and Nautilus is picked, so I guess Braum is the third choice. Sort of okay.
Yeah.
Like you said, good kill lane.
Definitely not one to turn your nose up at. This bot lane actually pretty good at applying the Winter's Bite. The only difference is that Poppy in this sort of matchup, compared to the Jarvan she was picking up before, you don't force ganks as much. You come down to the bot lane to cover. So when I say cover, it means that you stacked out a big wave, you're pushing in, and you are susceptible to getting ganked. The jungler then comes to the bot lane to counter gank if you get forced on. In this matchup, 3v3, Jarvan, Sivir, Nautilus versus Poppy, Lucian, Braum, it's the latter that has the advantage because you deny the knockup with Steadfast Presence. Once the EQ combo is down for Jarvan, you just turn around and kill him.
Here's an interesting thing, though. Again, we take a look at WoW's team composition. They
Right.
want to run and use this engaged comp, but again, the way you beat Lannister was by playing good macro.
Right.
And now that if you're gonna, pick this sort of composition and run at them in a team fight way,
Yeah.
I don't think that is optimal. But I guess this is the first game, so if
Yeah.
you're testing the waters, this is how you're supposed to do it.
Picking up Cleanse though on this Orianna is kind of interesting. I'm not sure if there's actually much value apart from cleansing the Sleepy Trouble Bubble from Zoe. Of course, Mordekaiser is gonna still present that threat with the Death Realm, so you could cleanse that as well. But overall, it is a summon spell that's only catered towards two particular
Yeah.
CC spells that you're looking to counter. So maybe not maximum value here coming in from Orianna.
Definitely. Well, the player I want to look at now though is Sbubby and Poppy, because
Right.
honestly the reason I started playing Poppy jungle is because of watching Sbubby.
Right.
And she is just super good on this champion. Now she's going into Jarvan 4 again, like you said, baited out the Jarvan pick. I want to see what she's able to make happen on the map. She definitely is going to be able to. Poppy has a lot of good damage early, and if she does manage to snowball down this bot lane, especially in the first few minutes, I think this is something that she can revisit over and over again and just
Right.
snowball this Lucian ahead.
I would wager that she's going for a Cinderhawk build. The
Okay.
Keystone though is still up in the air because traditionally you would see Spubby go for the Electrocute, if my memory serves me right.
Yeah.
But there is still a window for you to go for Conqueror here if you are going for Cinderhawk. So more sustained damage over time when you want to do these trades and take these long-term fights, as it were. Definitely more value in the Conqueror as opposed to Electrocute.
Definitely. Well, the rest of the map, I don't think we really have much to talk about. I
Right.
mean, Zoe, Orianna. I would favor the Orianna for
Right.
the first part of the game until we get into loosening up the map. Taking first turret, maybe
Yeah.
Zoe's allowed to roam a little bit more. And
Orianna is one of those champions where, like, you look at lane and you look at outside of lane, right?
Yeah.
Lane, she's like 95 upon 100. If you know how to play, you know how to use the champion properly, 95-100. You won't lose any matchup. Just by nature of your range and your control, you won't lose, right? You
Basically.
at most go even. Outside of lane, though, is a problem because you can't walk out without Zoe sniping you with Sleepy Trouble Bubble. You need perfect vision around the area. That's where the jungler comes into play. If you're going to track out of your lane into bot lane, that whole river path must be warded by your team. You can't walk out like completely blind and expect to be safe,
Yeah.
right? Compared to Zoe, where you have a bit more freedom because of the CC on demand that you have, as well as the ability to jump over walls first, to put wards down. The mobility helps a lot more. The CC helps a lot more, and you don't have to fully commit into roaming out of lane as long as you can get the angles for a Sleepy Trouble Bubble.
And again, it all comes down to the junglers, right? It
Right.
all comes down who's able to break open the map first. Because I think once that mid lane is broken, Orianna falls significantly behind, like we were talking about. Especially the threat that Zoe does bring when she's allowed to roam.
Yeah.
And especially if you don't have good vision, right? She's just gonna Sleepy Trouble Bubble you from miles away, and there's nothing much you
Yeah.
can do about it if it hits.
I don't know if you guys... Okay, actually, can we bring up the loading screen? Because right now, on your screen, Spubby went for Omni Stone, which is like a mind blown. Like, who takes that keystone? I don't even
5
understand.
hit.
That is like, if you pick that keystone in my game, you're inting. So either Spubby knows something I don't, or this is like an experimental thing that she's trying out.
I mean, new season changes. I'm not very familiar with. I'm not gonna lie.
It's kind of weird because for you to fully utilize Omni Stone, you really need to consistently proc your enemies, right? So it should indicate to us that Spubby's gonna be fighting a lot.
Yeah.
There is no good keystone that allows you to just, apart from Fleet Forward, that allows you to just play PvE.
I don't know, man. I prefer Electrocute, but you
Yeah,
know, we'll see how it
Electrocute or
goes.
Conqueror. I mean, I'm gonna like PM her after this game. Like, what is up with Omni Stone? Can you explain the logic to me? Because to me, that keystone is just bad. Like, it's an inting keystone.
Yeah.
Do you know that there's this bug with Omni Stone where if you take magical footwear, the game tracks you as having bought boots, and you can get Predator on Omni Stone without having boots, and it's so bugged out. Like, don't even bother taking the keystone.
Fix your code, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
It's
okay.
bad, man. Omni Stone is bad.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't even know. I'm not even 100% sure what it does.
So, see, color casters are nowadays on stream.
Look,
Come on,
listen.
guys.
It's new. I'm rusty on League, and the
See,
thing.
that's not an excuse. After this
That's fair.
cast, I'm gonna send Spoots to the gulags to
Oh god.
brush up.
Nobody takes Omni Stone lately.
Yeah, no, there's no point because you get a randomized keystone every couple of seconds. I think the cooldown is 45 seconds if you don't proc it. But essentially, you have to activate it, right? And oh, hold on. I'm gonna hold on to my point here as Jarvan is gonna be walking in. Might just get caught out by the Braum. Actually,
Oh,
proccing the
man.
winner's bite already. See you later, buddy. And the first blood going the way of Christie as well. That is gonna suck. You know why? Because she can buy a instant Dark Seal now, and she will never lose lane.
I'm not exactly sure what Jarvan's trying to do there.
She just threw an E in, right?
Yeah, if you want to ward it, even put an E in it, like you said. But the pathing that she was trying to go for there, I'm not exactly what the aim was.
So Spubby already procced the Arcane Comet. Now it's looking at Dark Harvest, and good luck proccing that, buddy. It's one of those weird keystones where you have to interact with enemies, and the only good point is as Dark Harvest stacks increase, the potency of your other keystones get better. So, for example, if you get 3 stacks on Dark Harvest, Fleet Footwork queues for a bit more, Electrocute does a bit more damage in addition to when you level up as well. So it kind of accrues over time. And now it's changed. Now it is Glacial Augment.
Alright, we're going to see both junglers just sort of split the map right now as we see a pause come in. But yeah, it looks actually pretty standard. We do see wards coming in, obviously advantage over to WoW because they got the ward deeper into the Raptor camp.
Yep. Whether Spubby walks past it, though, remains to be seen, although I have a sneaking suspicion that she will walk over once she's level 2 and do the Raptors with a Q. So that ward should pay off post-haste. Here's some typing and pause coming through soon as well, I believe.
Hopefully. Well, we actually can't see chat in here, can we?
It's okay.
Alright, well.
I'm curious where Spubby's gonna path to in the end of her route, because there is the ability for you to go top and just like take the fight against Darius, right?
Yeah.
This top lane is always going to be pushing out, and if Annie can manage the wave properly, she could actually go after level 2 and clearing the top half. There is no reason, like I said, to full commit bot lane unless you are covering a wave that's pushed up. So the jungle and bot lanes should have this level of communication where you're saying, oh, I have a big wave stack, it's going to be pushing, you need to come down and cover me and help me get a reset. So you push together as 3 members to get a reset. Otherwise, you just sit there and wait for the gank, which might or might not come.
Yeah, and like we were talking about Champions Lag, right? This is the point where Poppy has the most damage. She has a lot of damage she can use, especially in this early game. And if she's going to pressure her lane, this is when she's going to do it. And like you said, Darius is the one who should be pushing up the lane right now. And one thing about Poppy is she actually can do a level 2 gank.
As long as she lands the CC, she should be fine. But yeah, you can see now on the top side, the wave is actually accrued. So pan over to the wave, you can see it's pushing just by the amount of range minions that's been stacked up, right? So over time, as well as the bleed ticking down, it will be pushing up. So that's an option. You can look to force that with Spubby in the top side with Red Buff if you want. Otherwise, you can just move down. Grasp of Aftershock now is the next keystone. And the ward there actually was spotted, but there were no pings down, so I'm not sure if Bubby was actually spotted.
Yeah, just spotted for a split second. I think by the time she finishes the Raptors, she will still continue to be spotted as she walks out.
Oh.
Oh
Okay,
yeah,
there you
definitely
go.
spotted.
Okay, so there are no pings, but they should have full information of this. Yeah, there you go. Meanwhile, Polycaton moving to top side will get level 3. Remember, I was talking about this. Buff Grom gives you level 3. Meanwhile, trades on the top side level 3 for the Darius. Pulling or apprehending in Annie.
Yeah, well, the thing about that is that, you know, the Darius is pushing, you're not really going to go get any sort of advantage up there. I think it's just a little too early for their scuttle as well, so losing a bit of tempo as she's forced to double back and go for the Wolves.
Mid lane, meanwhile, Christie did find some counterfeit summer spells there, I believe, and was able to poke out the Orianna. I'm not even going to bother saying her name because it's a jumble of letters, so we will just refer to her as Orianna.
Yeah.
Pro tip, if you guys want casters to say your names, don't get names like that.
Yeah.
See, Spubby, easy to say.
Yeah. Right. We are going to see both junglers, I think, contest towards this bottom side Scuttle Crab once they are done with their current camps. Bobby's going to be the one who gets to it first, though, so should be going over now.
Also, important to note that Friend and Diglett have the push prio here, so they are past the river, which means that Polycaton has no choice but to concede this Scuttle Crab. If she gets spotted out here, though, it's going to be a problem because Zoe is in the area, she has the proto belt. She might just be able to get in range for the Sleepy Trouble bubble.
Yeah, nice flag and drag will just get it out of the dodge for now.
Good ward there will spot when the camp respawns. Meanwhile, Christie looking for the Sleepy Trouble bubble. Actually, good damage down, proccing the Electrocute as well. Proto belt helping her out in that endeavor. Hits the Cannon minion, 2 thumbs up, no problem whatsoever. Looking for another Paddle Star in. Barely missing though.
Yeah, think about Zoe in this patch is, hey, you don't actually need to hit all your skill shots for deal damage. Oh.
Pulled in, Braum now taking a lot of damage. They're looking for the winner's bite proc, but not really able to find it. And I was about to say, you know, we saw for a split second there, Zoe threw a ward over the wall. It's a habit that a lot of mid laners have, but a bit unnecessary because you can see there's literally 2 wards next to each other, right? That is a bit of a double effort. Yeah, that's it. It's a mid laner habit. It's like, oh, I'm pushing up this far. I don't know if there's anyone in that pit.
I'm just going to do it.
Yep.
Right, Dragon is going to spawn. That's going to be the first of our game. 5 minutes in. It's going to be Cloud Drake. Not exactly the most to be prioritized, but...
like, Zoe doesn't want Cloud at all, right? So if you're looking at compositions-wise, the only team that hard-pressed Die really needs the Cloud Drake, it's going to be Team WoW here, because you want it for the Shockwave, you want it for On the Hunt, you want it for Depth Charge, all these big-ticket ultimates.
Top Scholar will go to Jarvan, so that neutralizes the XP advantage that Poppy would have. For now...
She is still 2 camps ahead, so right now is 1 camp ahead. She will find Jarvan here, and she has pressed the attack, which is kind of awkward. Not sure how she's really going to make use of that one. I feel like I'm gambling with these keystones, the Omnistone keystones, because every time I see I'm like, okay, what's going to come up next?
It's a loot box in the game. Now she has Electrocute.
All right,
this
is the perfect one, but
she's spotted on the ward.
Spotted on the ward.
Feels bad, man.
Meanwhile, Winner's Bite being procced on top of the Nautilus. Has to be careful about the range because the pullback in might make things very sticky. They're jumping onto the back line. Actually, preemptive heal coming from Friend. The Ignite down as well. Kiting back and forth, finding the first kill on the Nautilus. They might find the second here as the flash comes through. But a great Winner's Bite actually procs on top of the Sivir. And that's a kill again. Diglett gets the kill credit. 1-1 apiece. This bot laners are popping off.
Yeah, that was a pretty messy skirmish, not gonna lie. But we do burn the summer spells on both carries actually. So this is going to be a very gankable lane come for both junglers.
Yeah. Remember that there is no real combat advantage in terms of what Fleet Footwork brings. You get a lot of sustain in the lane, but you can't really take these head-on fights. Whereas Lucian, auto-Q, auto-auto. That's press the attack proc, right? That's when you can take the fight regardless of how tanky they are. And they understood their limits, they played it well. It's an easy 2v2 kill picked up by the bot lane of Lannister.
Yeah, just a bit of a small advantage now for Lucian Braum. Definitely going to have to snowball it much harder if they want to have a successful mid-late game. For now, it's not very sizable, but it'll have to do.
Oof, Sleepy Trouble Bubble narrowly missing. Not particularly sure if I like the early Bilgewater Cutlass buy. I would have liked to see Essence Reaver being picked up. In this case, though, should suffice still. Diglett roaming up to the mid lane, setting up the play. Was not spotted on the way up, though. The wave is going to be pushing. And Sleepy Trouble Bubble once again not landing for Christie.
This Sleepy Trouble Bubbles hitbox is so weird. Can't tell if it's going to hit or not. Right, looks like they are going to set up slightly towards that dragon. No deep wards yet for either side, but you can see that a lot of the river control is going to the way of Lannister.
You say that there are wards already being put down right now along the bottom half of the river. Great shockwave actually pulls into. There's an ignite though available. Dredge line will pull Spubby in, and remember she has no real keystone to speak of, so she is going to take down. Glacial Augment is the next one, and the ignite will
ward. And that shockwave I think was pretty good.
Yeah. Managed to catch 2 members, immobilize them, buy space for Nollis to come in. But right now this bot wave is frozen, and there is an opportunity for them to go all in. Remember, level 6 advantage belonging to both Diglett and Friend. They can force this if they want to. They're waiting for Sivir to be a bit greedy and step forward.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna step forward. As the first time you give a kill over the Lucian, you know, okay, I'm not gonna give him any more. I'm gonna sit back. I'm not gonna try anything too difficult. You can see Diglett's already trying to pressure it. They really want this level 6 engage.
They've suddenly changed the pattern up. They are pushing the wave out, and I think the call here is actually from Spubby to secure the Cloud Dragon, because they immediately know that the freeze is broken, so they now push up. They stack 1.5 waves. Should be able to claim the Cloud Dragon here as pings go down on the Rift Herald. So mutual trades coming across, I guess.
Yeah, with Darius pushing up with priority at top lane, it's just gonna be a trade or objectives, like you said. Cloud Dragon to Lannister, not exactly the optimal dragon.
Right.
And giving Rift Herald over to WoW just allows them to knock over the map slightly quicker.
We'll see if they can snowball this advantage. Like we were saying, some teams not as adept as using Rift Herald to snowball their leads, whereas others are great. We saw Lannister, Spubby in particular, fully utilize the power of the Rift Herald. I myself am horrible at using Rift Herald. I just pop it down, it gets a charge, and like it's done.
Hey, just get it before 14 minutes, you get a bunch of gold on the tower. That's all you need to do.
9.5 minutes now. They could pop it to get some turret plates and still get it once more before the Baron spawns. So there's a window for a double Rift Herald play.
Alright, right now we are going to see a sort of vision trade actually. You can see that WoW is actually pushing their vision line. 3 control wards at the top side.
Right.
WoW,
While
Lannister has about 4 in the bot side. So they're each playing towards the stronger side of the map, and yeah, we should be able to differentiate who's gonna get which objective later on.
Sleepy Trouble Bubble in the mid lane. Protobelt is available. She will use it to chunk out the Orianna, but flashing away from the Shockwave. That's an actual flash, by the way. She goes in once more with her own Ignite. Might just take down here. Command Protect, not up in time. And that's the play coming from Christie. A great solo kill as well. Predator was used by Spubby to arrive in the mid lane. Can't really get anything off this, so she's just going to walk around and clear vision out.
That was a pretty good dodge with the flash of the Shockwave. Going in was pretty ballsy, not gonna lie. But she does manage to pick up the kill with the Ignite, so all in all, it's pretty worth.
2-0-0, already getting the Luden's Echo, so that means super available wave clear if she needs it.
Spubby, what are you doing?
Sitting off inside the jungle. Polycaton sitting in the Tri-Brush as well. Small window for both Nautilus and Sivir to force this if they want to. They have On the Hunt. They're just waiting for both Diglett and Friend to overextend. Might just pull the trigger here with the Dredge line.
Ooh, it's getting tense here. Polycaton has been standing here for quite a while, but
Yeah.
Spubby is actually bounding back for that Rift Scuttle. I think she's just gonna move up. Oh, they're gonna go in?
They're going in, depth charge on top of the Lucian, using the Relentless Pursuit and flash out. She's on the backline alone and inside the Cataclysm, stuck inside, using the culling now as well to chunk out members of the opposing side. They managed to get out safe. Here comes the counter teleport though. Adney is going to arrive soon, and soon off the back it's going to be Christie that comes in. Death Realm on top of the Sivir. I don't think she's long for this. Well, meanwhile, a great stopwatch from Spubby to buy some space. The first kill is going to go the way of the Mordekaiser, and meanwhile it's going to go 2 across as well. Darius arriving, actually doing a lot of damage. It's very messy, but they find out all the kills here. Adney is the last member standing. The teleport from the Darius actually doing a lot of work here.
Oh man, that's quite a decisive win coming in from WoW. I don't know what Lannisters could have disengaged instead of teleporting and committing, but instead they give quite a large advantage over to the opponents. They're going to get a ton of gold, not only from that fight, but taking all these turret platings as well.
Yeah, Shockwave was not even used in that fight. It was mostly the Darius damage, you know, coming through from just the Qs, as well as the bleed.
The unfortunate thing about all of that is now that your main carry is going to be Nautilus with a 3-1 and 3.
Oh, yeah, doesn't help that Nautilus got most of the kills, I have to admit, but did allow her to pick up a couple of items here. Looking at the gold differential, 600 in favor of the Nautilus, support versus support.
It's about 1k in the jungle though, so Jarvan is going to be doing significantly more damage than Poppy can defend herself from.
Yeah, I think Jarvan's getting to that point now with Conqueror as well. Cinderhawk, very scary. You see a Knight's Vow picked up by the Nautilus to keep Sivir safe. All in all, though, very tricky for Lannisters if they want to regain control of this Dragon Pit. The next one coming up, though. Oh, hold on. Rome coming in the mid lane. They're actually looking for a play onto Orianna. You can see both Lucian as well as Brahma walking up. Maybe they do just one Scuttlecrab to secure bot lane river and then back off.
Yeah, I like that they're, once they lost, they knew that they lost control of this bot side vision, so they are actually just going in and trying to get it back as soon as possible instead of just leaving it there. Because as you can see, WoW, they still have, WoW still has
Team WoW.
Team WoW still has, oh my god, this is confusing.
Yeah.
They still have full control over the top side, right? Well, they had. I think one controller just got destroyed, but now Lannister, they have to continue fighting for bot lane dominance.
They saw the recall coming through from the Nautilus, so they know they have a bit more time and space here to push out. The next dragon coming up is going to be Ocean in about 25 seconds. They're looking to clear the wards out, but this is a precarious position because Diglett has found a Jarvan. Thankfully, Nautilus nowhere near this area means that they will not be able to secure this kill. They can't make a play for it.
Yep, Nautilus is now back though. It's going to be full strength, and the vision control around the Dragon Pit right now is actually pretty 50-50. Both teams sort of have vision over the other if they decide to go for the dragon. So not much that either team can really do without starting a fight.
Oh, pulled back in, already proccing the passive though on Atney. You can tell the Darius player is not very keen on trading once the passive is up.
Yeah, you don't really want to fight once Mordekaiser has the passive. It's gonna, just walks up to you and whacks you a couple times.
Going for the full armor build instead. It's the Ninja Tabies and the Zhonya's Hourglass first pick for Atney, so her main priority right now is staying alive in lane, trying her best to not get caught by the Darius damage. Perhaps we will see a Liandry's Torment into a Rylai's Crystal Scepter next, but for now, survivability is the name of the game.
I like they're trying to snowball Kirsty on the Zoe right now, giving it the blue buff even. I think one of the main ways that they win now is by playing through Kirsty. I mean, she's had an amazing showing in the previous game.
Right. And
I think she's been doing pretty good with these skill shots. Sleepy Trouble Bubbles notwithstanding. So if she's able to continue pump up this consistent damage that we've come to expect from her, I think that is the main avenue of which you're going to win this game.
Yeah, we see both bot laners actually completing their core items, so it's going to be Essence Ryu for the Sivir, no surprise there. And the Blade of the Ruined King for the Lucian. I was expecting Essence Reaver, but hold on. Mid lane Shockwave coming in. Actually, a lot of damage down already onto the Orianna. Wall Slam in. Here comes the Cataclysm as well. They're trading against the mid laners. The aggression coming through. A great chain of CC. Might just find the kill here. It's going to be Diglett that gets it. Meanwhile, here comes the Death Charge pulling Spubby back in. They're looking for the damage with the Paddle Stars, but it's not enough to really guarantee anything. Kirsty looking like she wants to go in for more. We'll find the Chilling Smite, or at least the counterfeit Chilling Smite here.
Yeah, that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade of the junglers, and it's just getting more and more unfortunate because the Nautilus is the one that's picking up all of these kills. 4-1 and 3. That's not who you want your gold on, guys.
Kirsty still posturing aggressively in the mid lane, not allowing Orianna to base, and because she does have that counterfeit flash, she is playing super aggressively, moving forward, trying to gain vision for her team. Scuttlecrab was taken by Sivir and all is there.
Yeah, now WoW is the one with vision control over Dragon Pit, and Lannister, they have to continue to, keep at it, fighting for vision control over this objective, because you don't really want to lose all of these dragons, especially to a macro-centric team like WoW has shown themselves to be.
Recalls coming in, looking for the next set of buys. Both junglers actually completing their Cinderhawks a while ago and now looking for the next set of items. It's going to be the Black Cleaver, I believe, for Jarvan holding onto that Kindle Gem, whereas Spubby doesn't really have much in the way of gold. Her economy has been in shambles after dying quite a few times this game.
It's been a Fortress 0-3-2. We've seen her praises before in Champions Select, but she hasn't been able to find all those engages that she's been known for.
Bro, I'm telling you, it's the Omni Stone. The Omni Stone is the tilter.
This is just the bad luck, or
it's just the bad rolls on the Omni Stone.
Oh man.
To be fair, I feel like that rune is just horrible in general, right? Like, there's no reason to take it over something like Aftershock.
That's fair. Right. We're gonna see both teams actually grouping up as 4 towards the bottom side. Not sure if they're gonna go for a gank or if they're gonna try to contest the dragon. Orianna actually being sent to clear back the wave.
There is a Poppy sitting on the back of the Zoe like you mentioned, which presents quite a bit of danger because if you can lock them down to Sleepy Trouble Bubble, there's really no way out for them in these fights.
Yeah. Right. Not actually sure what they're trying to do here. I mean, they've shown that they were moving up towards the jungle, but he's still standing in the tri-brush, so a bit of a interesting maneuver.
The reason why they're so hesitant, you have to think, is because man, missing the Ken.
F.
The reason why they're so hesitant, you have to think, is because they aren't sure what their mutual others' power level is at yet.
Yeah.
They haven't really tested it, so right now they're just hovering. They're waiting for a play to be made. Both bot laners actually not really moving over to the dragon. It might just be snuck away here, finally making the calls to come in. It's a bit too late. Fight might break out, though. Sleepy Trouble Bubble coming into zone, and it's gonna land on the Knowledge. Unbreakable being thrown up. Look at that chunk on the backline. They might just find a kill on top of the Knowledge, but meanwhile the heal being used. Here comes Poppy using the Keeper's Verdict to knock everyone back. Smubby finding the kill on Polikaton, and now they're moving over onto the Orianna, who's actually chunking the Braum out pretty well. Winner's Bite finally being procced here as the cleanse was used proactively, and that's gonna be a kill for Christie as well. Meanwhile on the top lane, Zhonya's is too little too late for Adney. The dunk came through, she's on yes after, and now she's gonna die.
Crucially though, the Darius teleport was actually cancelled by the Mordekaiser, which meant that Darius was stuck at top and instead not on the backline in the bottom fight. If that teleport had continued, I think Lannister would have definitely lost at least 4 members there.
And the upside is that Annie still has her own teleport, so there is a window for her to exploit that. But this top tier one is probably gonna go down here.
Yeah, keep in mind, this is a chunk of gold going over to Darius, right? She is pretty fat. Let's do 1 and 3 with a full tower under her belt. So you have to shut this Darius down before she becomes a big menace in the upcoming team fights.
Full rotations coming through. Christie looking for the Darius, perhaps cheekily recalling inside the brush, but not really finding anything there. She will pick up the counterfeit proto belt.
Right, we're gonna see a lane swap come through again, but you know, you don't have time to take the Rift Herald now. The Baron is actually spawning, and you don't have damage to take that either.
They spend too much time milling about in the bot lane, so they missed the 15-minute Rift Herald window, right? So only when they started the Dragon around 18.5 minutes was a bit too little too late for them to pick up the Rift Herald.
This game feels like it's shorter than it has been. I think we've spent a fair chunk of it actually in that dance in the bot side, so where we go from here is actually going to be towards, you know, Sivir's spikes, because again, 116 on Lucian, you're not going to be doing too much. Thankfully all the kills that WoW have gotten are now
centered on the Nautilus.
Yeah, on the Nautilus instead of the Sivir. So Sivir still has a long way to go before she gets her main items, but it's still going to come.
Not to forget, the damage profile of Lannisters is 2 AP solo laners and a Lucian who, ostensibly, like we talked about, cannot really get into fights safely.
Yeah.
Magic resistance is going to come out soon once the lock is complete, and we will have another issue with dealing reliable damage in these fights.
Certainly. Meanwhile, we are going to see a bit of an engage towards the bot side.
Oop, Sleepy Trouble Bubble not landing. Bleeding out though, Annie.
She's got to start landing those Sleepy Trouble Bubbles. I know the hitbox is a bit weird, but it is starting to become quite apparent that she's not landing all of them. She's not having as good a performance as she did on Lux.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, that's slightly detrimental, especially when your Lucian is not exactly popping off.
Yeah, has to fish for those Sleepy Trouble Bubble picks like you mentioned, otherwise it's going to continue being a stalemate here. She rotated to bot lane, moved back to mid to get some vision down inside the jungle. You can see a ward behind Raptors. Still, it's the classic example. Wave clear, back off, wave clear, back off. Buy space for her team. But like we said, the damage profile is not optimal for Lannisters. As the game goes on, it will be tricky to deal reliable damage.
I like how evenly matched these teams are. It's about 1k right now. I think in the previous game it was also about 1k at this stage. So it's gonna come down to wire really. Who's gonna have the late game decision making to really secure the win for their team?
See a BF sword as well as a Call Fuse Warhammer being completed by Lucian. Looking to perhaps move into the Essence Reaver range. Oh, Kirsty looking for a bit. Landing the Sleepy Trouble Bubble though does have the Ignite. Whoa, find the solo kill. Cleanse a little too late coming in for the Orianna. You talked about having to hit the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Right there, perfection.
Absolutely got deleted. 4 and 3 on this Zoe. He's going to be doing a ton of damage. Well, as if she's not doing a ton of damage already, but it's just gonna continue multiplying at this point, and at some point that Sivir's gonna be in real danger if she pops Spell Shield early.
They're fishing for a Nautilus pick here. This is a pincer that they could have pulled the trigger on, but opted not to do so. Meanwhile, Mordekaiser having to retreat away, doesn't want to stay under this turret, instead will concede the structure.
Yeah, at this stage of the game, this Darius is the strong point, right? This is who you're gonna win through. So allowing yourself to allowing your team to funnel so much gold into the Darius really just accelerates the growth at which she is gonna be very disruptive in the upcoming team fights.
There is a small window for them to make a teleport play like we talked about. Adney still has hers, whereas a Darius player did expand her own. So there's an advantage for now, but it's going to cool off in about slightly less than a minute, which reduces the advantage. That window that you could exploit, gone.
Absolutely. If they want to make something happen, they should have made it much earlier. But now the dragon is spawning again. Teleport should be up by the time any sort of attempt goes for it. But it's already down here, so.
Let me give you a free tip on how to exploit teleport advantages.
Sure.
You see your team having the teleport advantage, opponents doesn't. Send your teleport. Oh, hold on. Send a person to teleport to the furthest lane, and then just mill about. Just waste time, right?
Yep.
Either they get lane advantage, or you teleport in and you win the 5v5.
Alright, they're actually gonna start up the dragon here, but it's gonna be quite a big fight. Orianna is on the back. They're going in. Oh,
Banshee's
okay,
Veil. Still pretty decent, hitting the Sleepy Trouble bubble once more, coming in. The steal not really in effect though as they take this fight. Oh my goodness, the Mordekaiser in the center of on the backline though, very low on health. The Jarvan is the first to fall. The second might just be the Sivir who has to flash out. The Ignite still ticking in the center. Mordekaiser is dealing so much damage. I'm not sure if Darius can get the resets though, as they're cutting him around, and in the end, they will find all the kills that they need. It's going to be 4 members picked up. Sivir flashing away and healing, kept her alive. Could have been the ace, but thank goodness Lannister's team fought magnificently.
Yeah, Lannisters, they absolutely do come out on team fight. It's all thanks to their ability to stack as one unit and continue, continue delegating who they have to hit. If you took a look at a team fight, WoW was actually spread out across the river, and you're not going to be able to concentrate your damage that way.
They were so worried about walking into the Sleepy Trouble bubble that, the Zoe was consistently just zoning them away.
Yeah. So, spread out, you can call in team chat, but you don't understand when you're spread out, you can't really focus anyone down. You're not really doing a lot of damage to a specific target. And when you're doing that and your enemy isn't, you're the one that's going to come out. They're the ones going to come out on top.
And I want to highlight, this is the reason why I think Mordekaiser is a broken champion. She is building full survivability, but because of your E, which gives you passive magic penetration, and your passive, which does percentage health damage, it builds on top of each other. All you're doing is percentage health magic damage through penetration, right? You don't even need any items. All you're doing is just percentage damage.
Definitely a little bit to you, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
And the fact that he was actually standing in the middle of the team fight, I'm not actually sure if he was out in.
So there was no out, but it takes around everyone on you. So essentially, if there are 3 people are losing 3% of their health every second.
Yep. So that's a good thing. You're not in out, so you're actually doing damage to everybody instead of just one unit.
Yeah.
Right. Now that we do see a bit of an advantage, it's only about 2k for Lannister, but that's, I think, the highest we've seen all game. I want to see what they're going to be able to do to build on it. Hopefully they play a bit more of a macro game, try to match WoW in what they're trying to do.
Both Darius as well as Mordekaiser are playing on the bot lane. Christie is still fishing for Sleepy Trouble bubble picks, but the attention right now is actually focused to top tier 1. They want to get this structure, this last pesky top lane structure here before they can move on to bot.
Yeah, I like that they've already set up the vision line, though. You can see that in the river they actually have a lot of wards.
Yep.
So once they do clear out this turret, they are going to be able to push that line further up. Try to secure a bit more of an advantageous position around the Baron should they try to, threaten the big purple worm.
Meanwhile, Christie is going to get blue buff, and this is going to be a nightmare for anyone that's sitting across her because those bubbles are going to come fast and consistently.
Consistently is the word. I mean, she has not been. She has never stopped trying to look for these picks. And
but that's the thing, though.
Yeah.
There's this saying, even a broken clock is right twice a day.
Yeah.
Which is true. As long as you keep throwing Sleepy Trouble bubbles, one of them is going to stick eventually.
Definitely, and we've seen that happen, right? Remember the one time she actually hit the Sleepy Trouble on about
Orianna,
on the Orianna, boom, gone. And the fact that she's 516 right now, if she's hit those Sleepy Trouble bubbles more often in previous fights, I think it would have been better. But honestly, it doesn't really matter right now because the damage profile that she does have at the moment is just high enough that whoever you catch out is gonna get chunked, no matter what.
Still fishing. Looking for the Jarvan here. Sleepy Trouble Bubble the wrong direction though. Cuts him off. The escape not really there. But she is supported by Sbubby as well as Diglett, so they are manning up and moving into the jungle to clear the vision out.
Alright. This is what I like to see, right? You know, they're pushing up their vision line. I think they could do a little better with the second entrance into that topside river, but overall, now that they've taken that turret, they should have priority fully over the... wait, actually, no, both tier 1 turrets are up, so it should sort of be equal. I want to see WoW beginning to contest the vision there as well then.
Still no answer for this Darius, but you don't really have to kill the Darius. All you have to do is just hold the wave, play ping pong, and mutually teleport to impact the fights. The power of Adney cannot be understated when she arrives. Of course, we saw what happened when she was standing in the middle of 3 members ticking down with a passive.
Absolutely, and that was pretty disruptive. And the thing that you have to do now that you know that Adney is going to be this disruptive is you have to, you know, sort of focus down on Mordekaiser when she gets there. I think Darius also has the potential to be very disruptive. It really depends on who gets there and what positions they assume once they do get there.
Ruh-roh. Overextended is a Darius right now, looking for a Sleepy Trouble Bubble, having to flash away preemptively as well. Doesn't want any part of this monkey business. Instead, will just back off. Meanwhile, on the top side, Adney has teleport, so macro play. The strength of Lannister is starting to be shown here. They understand, okay, Dragon is going to be the next hot contest. So what do? We send the Mordekaiser to the top side, teleport in if we need to, and then either way we get top pressure or we get the Dragon fight.
Yeah, and you can see right now, WoW is not sending anyone to defend that. Well, Darius is buffing up now, but if you get decent damage on this turret, might not actually fall it, but all the rest of Lannister has to do right now, they just have to hang around this Dragon, play the, you know, continue the dance that they've been doing in the early stages of the game, make sure that they don't really go for any fights until the Mordekaiser is free.
They could still keep fishing for Sleepy Trouble Bubbles as well. You could see throwing it in. You will get vision of the Dragon being started because of the Scuttle Crab here. Meanwhile, the Dragon might just go the way of the Jarvan as it's smited down. Double teleports coming in. A lot of damage actually. A Cataclysm in the center of it all. Kirsty now throwing Sleepy Trouble Bubbles back and forth. The Death Realm being used on the Darius to deny the damage. So it's a 1v1 right now. But as it moves forward, you can see the damage from Kirsty is not enough. She's getting chunked out. She's in the front line. And everyone on the side of Lannisters is getting taken down. All eyes onto Friend though. Hopefully she could find something here. Darius moving forward, still Friend overextended, and yep, this is a bad fight. They should not have taken that, and it's gonna get picked off.
Yeah, this is the good part, right? You know, this time Darius was the first to teleport in, first to disrupt that team fight, and they are the ones who end up coming up on top. Because Lannisters was so split, WoW was able to take that fight to them and fight on their own terms.
What cannot be understated was the fact that Kirsty mispositioned. She moved way too far forward, trying to get the kill on Orianna and Sivir. Unable to do so, got picked up, and from then your long-term DPS, your consistent magic damage is gone. You can't win the fight after that.
Yeah, and right now WoW is just going to continue pressing their advantage. This is second turret, and you would think that now they do have 2 turrets over their counterparts in the bot lane. They should be the ones that's contesting that Dragon Pit much, much better.
2 dragons apiece, like you mentioned. Baron, of course, an objective, but neither team really too eager to look at it just yet.
I like how gold has actually stabilized against like 300, so very back and forth dynamic between both of these teams. Neither of them really willing to give up control of the game fully to the other.
I would expect no less in the upper bracket finals for both teams to be extremely equal in terms of stature. They're punching pound for pound here. No big misplays coming through. It's just been blow for blow. Meanwhile, I say that in the river might get caught out here by the Orianna who has the shockwave. Hesitated, decided not to put the trigger on those 2.
A lot of these moves from both of these teams, they're looking like they want to engage. They're sort of trying to bait the enemy team into engaging on you instead. But I like how both of these teams, they're not falling for these baits. They're playing super defensively. It's not very exciting League of Legends, but it builds up. You know, it builds up attention to when something large actually happens around a big objective. And I don't think anything's really going to happen until an objective is on the board. Because
and they have to fight for it.
Yeah, both of these teams, they have the discipline to not look for
pointless
unneeded fights. Yeah.
Well, chunk onto the Braum. Stand behind me is available, so she can jump over if she needs to. But 32 minutes in, let's take stock of the items. Mid lane Void Staff has been completed for Kirsty, so Magic Resist is not an issue anymore. Top lane wise, Spirit Visage is the next pickup for Adney, so mostly tank items from top and jungle on the side of Lannister, whereas it's full damage for Zoe as well as Lucian. The damage profile is sort of mixed now.
Yeah, I don't like the fact that, there's still not many kills on who you expect to be doing damage. The Orianna and the Sivir, right? They're both on 1 kill. They're both on 1 kill each, and both of them are actually at CS deficit, if not equal. So they're not really doing that much damage over their enemy counterparts. So what you have to do now is you have to look for extremely good positioning, because you're not going to be able to just brute force fights.
Right. Positioning is going to be super key here, and thankfully it is Inferno Dragon, so all of these broken down walls and extra space in the jungle gives you more room to maneuver around.
Definitely can try to throw off your enemy. I think what WoW can actually try to do right now, right, is you have the Sivir, you have the Darius, you have the ability to go in and disrupt. You have a lot of wombo combo. I think what you can try to do is you take the fight to them. Right. We saw that in the previous fight near the dragon, but if they try to look for a sort of engage, if it's coordinated enough, I think they can catch out Lannister by surprise.
Perhaps so. Oh, Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Good spell shield from Sivir to keep herself safe. Meanwhile, pushing in is the Nautilus. Recalls coming in though from multiple members of Lannisters. They're gonna get the buys in. Spubby picking up another Giant's Belt in addition to the Gargoyle Stoneplate. So she's gonna be a frontline tank for all intents and purposes. She's going to want to be in the thick of things, popping Stoneplate and hoping to tank as much damage for her team.
Yeah, and one thing we saw when it comes to this Mordekaiser, right, is that in the previous fight, she was actually the second one to teleport in after Darius, and Darius was already in the thick of things. So she had to spend her ultimate on the Darius to make sure that she was protecting her, her carries. And that's not like
it's not a bad
thing to do though.
It's not optimal, but it's not a bad way to remove a threat from the fight. Historically, we see how the Death Realm has been used. Oh, the guy's a priority target because he's shredding our team. Just out him and we play catching for a little bit. Nothing wrong.
And again, I guess, yeah, that point is valid since, the rest of your carries, they do have a damage advantage. So taking out the main threat, yeah, sure, maybe not the best, maybe not the worst idea.
This is a very dangerous choke. Sleepy Trouble Bubble already being used, having to block the Paddle Star though. You could see just the Sleepy Trouble Bubble alone. It's a 1/10 of her health bar. Right now, Dragon has been started up. All eyes on the Smite. Spubby has hers and so does Polikaton, but right now it's going to reset back in. Will be claimed by the ladies on the Lannister side.
Now they do have the soul, if I'm not mistaken.
Sleepy Trouble Bubble looking for the chunk, but it's going to be blocked out by the Jarvan, so good guy brother Jarvan will take the damage for her teammate. Meanwhile, walking in is Braum. Actually been in a very bad position, using the Shockwave to catch out a single member. Might be worse though. Using the Keeper's Verdict, actually not being able to bounce out the Darius, but they will find the kill on the Nautilus through the Paddle Star. Now Annie is chasing in. She wants the Death Realm on top of the Orianna. Unable to do so, not enough range, not enough speed. They will move over to the Baron.
Yeah, that was a bit of a wasted flash coming in from coming in from Lannister, since Sivir's already popped. Sivir's already popped her ultimate. They're getting out of dodge. You should just capitalize on that. Look for Baron like they're doing now.
This Baron's actually gonna go down very quickly because Annie does percentage damage and so does Friend. And the poke from Kirsty is just so much. They have to just block the Sleepy Trouble Bubbles as they approach because there's no way for them to take the fight apart from that. Oh, good spell shield. Sleepy Trouble Bubble once more. Look at them. They're just weaving in and out of these fights.
Yeah, well, they're not really trying to contest all that much. They're just trying to peel Lannister away from the Baron. Sure, they're not going to commit to fights, but as long as they get the objective away from Lannister, I think that's a job well done.
Oop, Sleepy Trouble Bubble, spell shielded away. At least they have that going for them. Every time the Sleepy Trouble Bubble is thrown up, Sivir can eat the CC without too many repercussions.
Alright, we're beginning to see, they're beginning to focus their way around the Baron. I think all the wards that should be bought are being bought. Take a look at Lannister's inventory.
I love
a lot
that.
Of control wards.
I love that whole line of control wards. Like, that is, if you are anyone working in an analyst or strategic capacity, that is the dream right there.
Buy your wards, yo.
Yeah.
We have to see whether or not WoW is going to be able to contest that. I mean, that's a lot of control wards. You have to clear it out very quickly unless you're just going to concede full control over this top side of the jungle, which you absolutely do not want to do this late in the game.
There's a control ward over there that wasn't spotted out by Diglett, but it's okay because right now they will see Polikaton walking in, and the fact that they have to use the Demacian standard as well as the ball to check means it's a very bad sign, right? They have no way in, although it is a way to check, they have no clean information of what is going on.
Again, if Lannisters begin this Baron, right, I think WoW still can surprise them with the sheer speed that they can get to the objective with the Sivir ult.
Meanwhile, Darius just pushing out the bot lane. Remember that Annie did have a hard time dealing with this. Inside track here for Spubby and Diglett as they approach the turret. Still fishing for Sleepy Trouble Bubbles though, as they're looking to put the damage down. Now that she has the Banshee's Veil, she's not afraid of the depth charge, she's not afraid of the Dredge line either. Love that pickup, didn't really talk much about it, but it enables her to play that much more aggressively.
Bring attention back towards the top laners though. I think one thing we've seen but not really brought attention to is the fact that whoever teleports first is actually winning the fights.
Yeah.
So you have to always, keep an eye on what the rest of your team is doing. You have to communicate very quickly. And again, it all comes back down to this idea of late game communication. Who's going to have the decision making to say, hey, I need you all to teleport in now, and not be the one who's stringing along.
Right. Managed to clear all the vision here. It's the Jarvan that has to check this. Polikaton walks up, actually gets spotted here. There's enough vision for them to make the play if they want to. Sleepy Trouble Bubble is available. Kirsty holding off on the trigger, not deciding to go in just yet. She's very low mana. We have to see how this plays out into the future fights, because she's only got about a quarter of her mana bar left, which isn't excellent if you want to take long-term fights. But flashing in, Spubby super aggressive, ready throws down the Keeper's Verdict. Now they need to proc the winner's buy if they want to make anything happen. Well, the Sleepy Trouble Bubble is good enough as well. Culling gets the kill. The chain CC perfection there. Meanwhile, on the bot side, a lot of damage down onto Annie. She still has the Zhonya's Hourglass if she needs it. She's still buying time with the shield as well. I think she's just waiting, but no, not even popping the Zhonya's Hourglass there. That's a big misplay coming in. Dragon has to be started now. It's now or never, but the Darius can teleport in with the ultimate as well. All eyes onto the Orianna as they charge her down. They try to burst her, and they will get the kill. And now they're moving in once more. They're trading a lot of time wasted, though, because Darius is going to get the inhibitor on the bot side. Meanwhile, no Baron just yet.
Yeah, Lannister right now, they're absolutely routed. WoW has done a great job at pulling them around the Baron pit, while Darius is absolutely just storming into the base with a ton of super minions. At the end of the day, that's one inhib. Oh, they're going in again.
Going in again, looking for more Sleepy Trouble Bubble, not landing at all. So Bubby is actually not as tanky as she liked to be. Sivir cutting through her health bar still. You have to think in the bot lane, there was a big misplay from Annie. She held on the Zhonya's for too little, too late.
I think, honestly, at that point, if you used the Zhonya's, it would have been, futile either way. So I think the way you should have done that is you should have pulled someone back early. Because as soon as you saw that Darius was going in and you're gonna die, that bot lane has to be defended by someone else.
Yeah. Now that is no longer a question, it's a statement that Darius is gonna be, winning these 1v1s against Annie. What is the answer from Lannisters here? Do you continue to send Annie, just ask her to play safer, or do you have to devote someone else to go and defend against the Darius?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? WoW has been so good at, splitting the enemy team across the map. This is how they beat Lannister in the previous day, and they're just, honestly, they're doing it again. We continue to see the dance around the Baron continue. A lot of these wards have been, traded back and forth. Both these teams doing quite the good job at clearing each other's vision.
Right.
I don't think either of them have really gained a foothold just yet, to the point where they should be confident enough to say, yeah, let's go.
Clearing the wave out in the bot lane is Annie. Meanwhile, Scuttle Crab being taken by Polikaton and her mid laner. They are still going to clear the waves out, like you mentioned, and aggroing the Baron to put some damage on the Orianna. It's fine. Command Protect will keep her topped up and safe. Still searching for a Sleepy Trouble Bubble, though. Throwing the damage across once more.
Yeah, this is looking very, very tense. I mean, okay, well, that's not tense anymore. But yeah, WoW has been, doing pretty good, placing the wards back in the vision. I mean, I think Lannister, they had a good control just before, but the fact that WoW was able to move in while Lannister was still a little disjointed from the previous fight and clear out their vision, that's pretty good.
Whoever maintains vision of this pit is going to have full control, of course, that goes without saying, but not only that, having the vision allows people like Kirsty to land these pokes and land Sleepy Trouble Bubbles. Meanwhile, on the other side, if you are Orianna, you find a window with vision. Command Shockwave can actually start the fight out pretty well. So these are the things you're trying to sneak in with the extra vision, right? It's not about just seeing, oh, have they started Baron? It's what else can I get on top of that?
I think right now, though, Lannisters, they are looking a little desperate. Not gonna lie. If you remember, I think that Poppy engaged flashing to get the Nautilus. That wasn't the optimal play, but they did it nonetheless. So I don't think... I think they're trying to rush it. Yeah. Honestly, they just have to step back right now. They are not at a significant deficit. In fact, they have they basically have an advantage right now. So if they step back and take it easy, I think, again, clearer minds will win day.
Yep.
And yeah, we shouldn't just continue seeing them throwing themselves into a brick wall.
There's also the opportunity for them to just wait for the 4th dragon, look for the Infernal Soul, and then maybe play the poke game with added advantages, because with the Infernal Soul, of course, you get bonus damage every time you proc an ability or auto attack, so Kirsty becomes that much more dangerous. They don't have to pull the trigger on the Baron, they don't have to be too over-eager, all they have to do is just wait it out, and like you say, calmer minds will prevail. Hoping to find out what the technical issue is. We should be jumping the game very soon at 41 minutes. This has to be our longest game for today.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the most even by far at 41 minutes.
I mean, it's only 1k right now, right? It absolutely does not matter. I think the later the game goes, the better Sivir will get, right?
Yep.
But right now it's 1, 3, and 4, which just brings me back to the point of, hey, you don't have to rush right now. Your Lucian is 5, 2, and 10. He's not falling off just yet. Sure, it's going to be a few more minutes before he does, but until then, you just bide your time and try to capitalize on Wild's mistakes.
And compared to the previous game, when we were talking about, well, the opposing team against Lannisters have no wave clear because it's either MF or Vladimir, right? Well, in this case, Sivir has the best wave clear out of all ADCs. She has enough crit chance to just throw Ricochet and hope the wave just goes. So, of course, they can stall the game out, and they have enough defensive stats on the Sivir to do so. Let's see if we can jump back into game soon. There you go. I'm pausing, and yeah, we will see what the play is. Like we mentioned, Inferno Dragon is always an option. You don't have to pull the trigger on Baron just yet. Instead, you could just keep fishing for picks with Kirsty.
Interested to see when the next big fight is going to occur, though. I think it's going to be when, Dragon spawns again. I don't think either of these teams, they really want to go in on the Baron. But once that Dragon comes up, both of them will get a soul, so...
That's actually a pretty good pick here, forcing the flash out of the Jarvan. They didn't really see the flash come through, though, I believe. You only see where the Sleepy Trouble Bubble procs, so if it's not in the same area, you could guess that maybe the flash was used.
Yeah, and poor Atney right now, she has no turret to defend. Wait.
Zhonya's? She used the stopwatch? Okay.
Not sure what happened. Possibly another Sleepy Trouble. But Zoe wasn't in range, so...
Yeah, so that makes no sense. Maybe just a misclick coming through. Maybe she was just looking for the control ward. And speaking of looking, they found the Braum inside the jungle, but they aren't going to continue on this fight. And why would they? Because they have the Darius advantage pushing forward, using the Randuin's Omen as well as the Apprehend. And he popping the shield now actually pulls the Darius back into range, and this should buy them some space. A lot of pings back, actually using the Death Realm to go in for this fight. And guess what? Because she's in the Death Realm, she doesn't know that everyone on the side of Lannisters is here. Once she comes out, this should be easy for them to pick up with the Sleepy Trouble Bubble as well as the Paddle Star. They will lose mid-tier 2 though, but they will find the Darius and they will buy 60 seconds of uninterrupted time now with the Baron.
Yeah, and that's a crucial thing, right? Now it's a 4v5. The Darius isn't there, doesn't have teleport to get into the fight. And even more so, you don't have any more minions streaming into your base once Mordekaiser clears up. But we do see WoW trying to set up some sort of engage to claw something back.
They're sitting around the area, the wards are being cleared out, Sleepy Trouble Bubble is being used to fish for picks. Have to respect Kirsty right now, she has a death cap as well, and it becomes so much more dangerous when you're sitting inside the pit against this, much less checking it against the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. It closes out all the chokes. Teleport coming in, Atney does not have the death realm, but a great chunk on the Orianna will keep her away for now. They might have bought enough space with Kirsty's Paddle Stars to guarantee that this Baron is taken by the Smite of Spubby here.
Yep, wow, no way for them to get into this Baron pit at all. Oh, man.
Okay, the chunk, Polikaton using the Gargoyle Stone Plate. The Culling just cuts her down where she stands. Now with the Baron, with the pick, they're going to roll advantages onto advantages.
Yeah, and this all stemmed from catching the Darius out, right? The ultimate coming in from the Mordekaiser, not... I thought it wasn't going to be very good, but they managed to find the kill, they managed to find the Baron, they managed to pick up the Jarvan 4 at the end of that as well.
The question that we had at the start was, now that it is known that the Darius will win the 1v1, what do we do about it, right? And a stroke of genius from Atney, understanding that if I throw her in the Death Realm, she has no information on who's coming back. We sneak a recall, we make the kill happen, and then we play around the Baron, because even though we back off, there's no way they're rushing the Baron quick enough.
Absolutely. Now pings coming down on the Dragon. Both these teams will get the soul if they kill the Dragon, so this is a very crucial objective take for both of them. Neither of them are going to want to give it up.
On an unrelated note, you know what I love about 10.1? No more Mountain Dragon percentage bonus damage on objectives.
Yeah.
So things like Dragon, things like Baron actually go down so much slower that teams have more time to react now. You can't sneak a Dragon with you can't sneak a Baron with 3 Mountain Dragons anymore.
Absolutely, just adds to how much you have to set up.
Yep.
It's not like you can you take those 3 dragons, you get a cheat code for
Yeah,
free.
I used to meme that so much because you get 3 Mountain Dragons, you just walk over with ADC and jungler, you get the Baron for free.
Oh, 5 seconds is gone.
Yeah.
Where's the enemy team? Okay, at the moment we do see WoW with the advantage circling around the dragon. They're actually gonna start it up, but the rest of Lannister, they're around. Oh.
Big chunk on top of the Orianna on the hunt is still available, but they find the pick and there's no shockwave left for you in this fight. Culling coming through off the backline. They're looking to isolate the Sivir. They will get the kill on the Jarvan though, so that's 2 picks already. Sleepy Trouble Bubble to lock down the Darius. They get the Inferno Dragon, they get the Inferno Soul. They knock the Darius away and now they clean up the fight. Magnificent play coming from Lannisters, and they're going for a little bit more because why not? Because why would they delay the game anymore? They could just close it out right here, right now.
And that was an absolute masterclass in how you should be skirmishing around the dragon, prioritizing the targets that you have to. And hey, that was a 4v5. The Mordekaiser was pushing Baron Empowered minions down the mid lane.
Walking this one in easy as you like. This is going to be the structures going down, and the earliest to come up is going to be 17 seconds on Polikaton and counting. I don't think that's enough time for them to defend this because all the damage coming through from the Baron Empowered minions as well as the autos might just finish the game off. In this best of 3, Lannisters strike first and take game 1.
Ooh, it was looking very, very unstable for honestly most of that game, but Lannisters calmer hits will prevail. They managed to pick up the objectives that they have to. They pick up the Baron, they pick up the Dragon Soul, and a bunch of kills. And you know, they got the first win.
Endemic of the Thai qualifiers is adaptation. That's a
Yeah.
key characteristic of the Thai qualifiers and Thai teams. This game, we're wondering how they're going to problem solve around the Darius. It's such a big problem, right? How are we going to find a way to neutralize this? The answer, easy as you like, is Mordekaiser Death Realm into 4-man gank. Look at the damage from Christie. She was the linchpin for this team. Every time a Sleepy Trouble Bubble landed, no more objectives for you.
MVP.
MVP
Honestly.
for sure. Game 2, you ban it, I think?
I think you have to at this point. But the thing about Christie is she has so many strong picks, right?
Right.
All of them are so comfortable on her. And even then, if you devote a ban to the Zoe, who then do you let open?
Maybe you let the Zoe through, you find a counter pick in the form of LeBlanc, maybe some sort of assassin to neutralize her strength. We didn't see the Orianna have anything in that way to sort of neutralize the Zoe, so hopefully, in game 2, they'll find an answer. But for now, guys, we will be going for a short break. Short reminder that this is a best-of-3 series. Right now, Lannisters, the prevailing champions from last Thai qualifiers, are actually 1 game up. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back with game 2.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to what we're expecting is going to be a very close game in the FSL finals for the Thailand qualifiers. I'm Spoots. He's Hungry Cass. How's he gonna? How are you feeling?
I think game one was actually pretty close, all things considered. Both teams were pretty even up to the point where I think it was the dragon fight, and very crucially, Christie's Zoe was popping off that fight, landing a lot of crucial pedal stars that net them the win. In this game too, we were talking about whether we expect the Zoe to be banned out or if they're gonna find an answer to it. I suspect that Team WoW themselves were probably debating over that earlier when they had that break, that 10-minute break, to consider what they wanted to do. Right now, their last ban, they are considering MF or Zoe. In this case, it will be the Misfortune ban out, and like we saw, Braum was a higher prior pick, so was Jarvan, and Asbabi's gonna get Jarvan again.
Yeah, like we're talking about, though, it's super difficult to just, ban out Kirsty because she has such a deep champion pool and she's, pretty proficient on most of these champions. So allowing the Zoe to go through, maybe she picks up something else even.
So because they did ban out the Darius, they will get the Jarvan and give the Braum over to Team WoW, but this does mean that Nautilus will be left available for them. What I would like to see is Nautilus Kai'Sa in response to whoever Braum is picked with. The only tough matchup you have would be Braum and... I guess ostensibly Braum and Tristana will be quite bad if you're playing Kai'Sa Nautilus.
Yeah, I mean, you probably want something with priority, right? You want something against skirmish. Again, bot lane is very important, especially here in the Thailand qualifiers. The Braum is not exactly the best, especially when you don't have, the
Xin Zhao, okay.
Okay, the MF to back you up.
Yeah, we tend to see the Braum a bit more when you have that backline power, and Lucian's not really a backline power pick, right? Tristana, however, if left completely unchecked, will do or at least wreak some havoc. Christie now hovering over, at least Bubby hovering over the Orianna. We saw Christie picked it up to decent effect. Right now, though, I would like to see them go for a prior support pick in the form of the Nautilus and then decide if they want to play an early, at least pick the early top laner.
Okay, Kirsty's been playing against Orianna basically all day now. The first time this is the first time she's actually going to pick up the champion herself. I'm gonna see, excited to see how she does on it.
Right.
But we do see the Nautilus, however, like you were talking about, definitely an aggressive support going into the Braum. These are two power picks we've seen basically across most of the champion selects today.
So if Ornn makes it through this pick phase, I do expect it to be banned in the second phase. The question is whether they will pick it right now for themselves because they have the Braum on their own team. Normally, it's Braum used as a Ornn counter pick. Now that you have Braum for yourself, Ornn is fine, completely left alone to use Call of the Forge God, so they might be able to secure that for themselves, but instead it will be the Ahri here against the Orianna. And in this matchup, like I said, I always prefer if the Orianna player goes for a cleanse, especially if you're not too comfortable, but Christie has shown that she's pretty decent on this matchup as the Ahri, so we'll have to see how that pans out. Second ban phase coming in. Focus might just be on the AD carries, it might also be on the top laners. Fiora coming in.
Yep, top laners being focused at the moment. Fiora is something we haven't seen much, but I think we've seen her banned a lot, so maybe they know something we don't.
It was banned in game 1, banned again this time in game 2, so they're going to be banning out the Lucian, right? Interesting, they don't want the Lucian Braum to become a threat here. I think pinching out the AD carry pool is the name of the game right now for Lannister.
Yeah, like you said, Kai'Sa Braum is actually looking to be one of the better bot lane synergies that we have going right now. You brought up Tristana Braum as well. I don't think that's sure Tristana gets the job done, but I don't think it's the optimal pick to go with Braum at the moment.
Okay. Filio's banned out. Remember that Mordekaiser's actually left open this phase, and both teams not really gesturing towards the Mordekaiser at all. We saw the weakness and the strengths of the Mordekaiser. When you fall behind, you can't really take the 1v1s anymore, but what you can do is use the Death Realm to facilitate ganks for your teammates to come in and suppress. And just as I say that, Mordekaiser's going to get banned out, so right now, they're looking at the next pick. Like I said, I would love to see a Braum here and then wait for your last pick to secure the AD carry because you don't know what the matchup is going to be yet. Xayah Braum is kind of meh. I don't like Xayah into the wombo combo compositions. Although you can use the Featherstorm to dodge away from the depth charge, the majority of the follow-up CC is still there.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty defensive bot lane, all things considered, especially against the Nautilus and honestly whoever else he brings. Just because the sheer engage potential of the Nautilus into the Xayah Braum earlier on in the lane.
Yep. I think you do Ornn Kai'Sa here, you have enough power in the Orianna and the Kai'Sa to get rolling, but instead will be the Varus. Interesting. Immobile ADC picked up already.
Yeah, Immobile ADC into Bromzai is actually not the best because you know, both the ultimates, they cover quite a wide range of area, and they are pretty high impact.
Not just that, it's Xin Zhao on the opposing side as well. So if they want to brute force ganks, they can do so. The reason I prefer Kai'Sa is because you do at least have some sort of movement speed boost in the form of the hypercharge, and when you hit level 6, you can reposition yourself, as it were, with the Killer Instinct.
Right, that's an Akali locked in though, so that is going to be Akali top lane. We're not going to see too much of a tank in the way here for Lannister. That is Ornn, however, though.
Akali into Ornn. This is actually a tricky matchup. I did play a lot of Akali before all the nerfs. I still do play her a lot. In this particular matchup against Ornn, the Ornn player will go for Grasp of the Undying, whereas Akali has to go for Conqueror if she wants to have any hope of doing damage in the top lane trades. This is the part where the junglers should ignore the top lane as well, because although you can set either of these two top laners behind, it's going to be very hard to do so. They're extremely slippery. There's no real way to get them to a point where they're just irrelevant, right? Think about how the ganks are going to work. Jarvan EQ in, Ornn W stops him from getting knocked up, right? You want to come in and gank Akali, well, good luck with that. We all see how that goes.
Yeah, well, the MO for both these top laners really is just to, you know, sit back, relax, and when the team fights happen, teleport in and be a disruption, right? Akali does that amazingly. Ornn does that less so. I think you need a bit of setup time for Call of the Forge God. So we want to see what both these teams do, because if they're able to find favorable team fights for their top laners to teleport into, I think that is one of the best ways they can win the mid game.
If you are Xin Zhao, though, you want to focus Ahri a little bit more in the early game and at least blow the flash of the aura. And I see Chrissy now going for the cleanse, which is what I tend to advise. But because she is immobile, Orianna does not have any form of escape. She has to manage the wave very carefully, and if she overextends, you burn the flash, you regank the lane, get Ahri a lead. Then she can distribute her advantage to the bot lane and the top lane as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. Again, with the Orianna, you're not going to look at her for roaming potential much. Ahri, though, like you said, has that potential very much so. I want to see who is going to be able to gain the advantage in the mid lane, who's going to unlock their mid laner first. And if it's going to be Ahri, I want to see what Ahri is going to be able to do elsewhere on the map.
Actually, Orianna last minute swapping back to teleport, so no cleanse this time. But what this does mean is that, or at least what this implies is you will be looking to impact the map through teleport. You don't want to walk out and full Ahri, so you can arrive first through teleporting in. You just can't walk out of lane. Because the moment you walk out of lane without cleanse, you either charm, you're dead.
Right, if we take a look at the bot lanes, though, I want to... Here's the thing with Varus Nautilus, right? You pick aggressive... you pick an aggressive support in the form of the Nautilus. You pick a Varus who is not exactly known for being the aggressive person. I mean, you can engage with your ultimate. You have fair damage.
It's a utility champion. It is like Ashe, right? In the same way that Ashe is more poke oriented, Varus is more late game scaling oriented. So when you get to a certain point, you have your full suite of items. You become like a standing turret. As compared to Ashe, who wants to use volley a lot. I see your idea of like the anti-synergy, as it were, between Varus and Nautilus.
Yeah, I would think that, you know, Jarvan right now, you actually could play around top right now. You can get your Akali a hit and playing towards bot, especially towards the early game. I don't think that is going to do all that much in unlocking the Varus.
Yeah, that's why I say Kai'Sa is always better, especially for Nautilus, because you proc the plasma stacks very quickly. The combo I tend to use is when the Nautilus lends the Q, that's one plasma stack. You walk over your auto, and then the Nautilus autos as well. So that's 3. You Q and then auto. So all in total, you do a lot of burst damage by popping the plasma stacks at 4 stacks after a full suite of combos.
Yeah, and that's pretty quick. It's like 2 autos worth of time. So there's a chunk of damage you're going to take away from your opposing laner. But unfortunately, we're not going to see the Kai'Sa. It is Varus. So,
I think people have not liked Kai'Sa a lot ever since the changes to Stormrazor as well as Manamune. Because Stormrazor doesn't give as much AD now, it gives a bit more crit. Kai'Sa doesn't really want crit, right? So there is no optimal build for Kai'Sa that gives her all the stats that she wants. Most people will just reluctantly move towards Stormrazor just because it gives you attack speed as well as AD, and no other item in the game gives that, right? So when it comes to builds. So of course, you kind of have to buy the Stormrazor and just suck it up a little bit. Just take the crits, fine, and then hope to scale into the mid game better. Of course, you don't get your full evolve Q or E on the Stormrazor buy anymore.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually pretty biased against Kai'Sa. I think at this point You can correct me if I'm wrong,
Yeah.
obviously, but I don't think she has the sufficient.
Yeah, available very early
Yeah.
on. So you scale through the Evolve and you scale through the Mana Mune as well. So these are the two tools you use to sort of scale up as Kai'Sa. Right now, Stormrazor is a decent second buy. You could do Mana Mune, but you don't have the early game power like the other bot laners, like MF does, right? MF bases with 900 gold, gets 2 extra Duran Blades and just owns the lane, right? She bases with a BF Sword, you pretty much just lose the lane. Kai'Sa can do the same thing.
It was sort of, dipping deep into the AD carry pool for both these teams, though, right now, since all of the A tier AD carries are being removed. We're actually down to Varus and Xayah, which we haven't seen basically the entire
We saw
qualifier.
Varus in the Vietnam qualifiers. I don't think we saw her in the Thai qualifiers. I saw him in the Thai qualifiers, but definitely no Xayah. Yeah, there was no Xayah whatsoever.
So I want to see what both these champions bring to the table, how they do affect the meta, the mini meta, as it were, that
Like
we have here
regional
in the qualifiers.
meta, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Xayah, of course, like I mentioned, is good because she can dodge a lot of the CC coming through, especially the point and click from Nautilus. However, once the Featherstorm is expanded, you are still susceptible to Jarvan's Cataclysm as well as Orianna's Shockwave, right? So these are the tools that both the mid jungle want to use to capitalize on the weak Xayah.
Keep in mind though, Blade Caller still does a ton of damage.
Oh yeah.
Right? If you're the enemy team against the Xayah, you have to always keep that in mind that, hey, the feathers are behind me. If I walk up here, I'm going to take a ton of damage. I have to be aware of that.
Of course, you still have to respect the Xayah peel, self-peel, as it were, from the Blade Callers. But yeah, like I said, I don't know. I feel like Xayah is only really good with Rakan just because of the level 1 power that they have. When Xayah is alone, it's very little threat that she brings because she doesn't have the lane dominance anymore.
That's fair. Overall, I still think Xayah is still better than, Varus.
Okay.
Varus, you still have hit the skill shot, so this bot lane, definitely very interesting. I'm going to keep my eye on it. I want to see how both these junglers actually also affect that lane. Like we were talking about how Jarvan can actually impact the top lane a little bit more this matchup than, in the previous games. But I think if you're able to land skill shots in the bot lane, if you're Nautilus and you land your hook, this Jarvan definitely has a venue to go in as well.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. We see a ward being placed down inside the river, and with the Demacian standard thrown down, they will know that Jarvan is in this top half of the map, and not the best ward being put there. It will spot 3 avenues of movement, but it will not see whether Xin Zhao is on the Raptors later on.
Yeah, the way Xin Zhao is pathing right now, you don't expect him to be spotted out by the ward at all, unless he tries for, a cheese level 2 mid gang.
I expect it to be red into Krugs into Raptors, so ideally by the time you walk over, the ward is over. Otherwise, you just walk away from the ward because you know it's there, right? So yeah. I mean, they're spamming vision pings right now, so.
Okay, both junglers actually starting on their reds. Nothing too different. I don't think in this setup, right, that the Jarvan can actually go for a level 2, cheese gang bot. It would be nice to get your Varus a hit, but I don't think that is something that's particularly feasible this time.
You could, but you won't have sufficient damage coming through. You would have enough CC, but just not enough damage. So you would want to do a level 3. You clear all the way to level 3 and then make something happen. Polikaton, like I said, going towards the Krugs. Jarvan, however, looking for level 2 early on, but this lane is going to be pushing. It wasn't well managed by Christie, so it's going to be pushing, and there's no way you can gank this.
Yep, just a bit of loss on tempo. Shouldn't be too difficult to claw that one back. Actually gonna leave the Raptors and go towards top side though.
That's fine. If you do Raptors, you don't get level 3, so you need to clear Blue and Grom to get level 3. Meanwhile, Conqueror being picked up by Atney here, so of course she's going to be doing a lot of damage early on, especially because Ornn has 0 combat stats, only has the Corrupting Potion. Things will change as the lane goes on though, so hopefully she will be able to find some advantages of her own, but yeah, this Akali lane is just frustrating to deal with. However, she did go for the Twilight Shot level 2, so she might get caught out here. Might have to flash actually. Yeah, definitely going to have to flash.
Go in. Alright.
If Polikaton wants to go through, they might be able to do so, but Spubby's coming here for the assist. Flag and Drag is available, has no vision whatsoever though, so she had to guess which way they were going to walk, and she guessed wrong. She's just here to make sure they don't get a bit too antsy, and you will pay for the over-aggression with a flash.
Yep, just a bit of a flash right now. Akali obviously has the threat to become a carry, and now that you have flash burn, and she's obviously going to continue pushing against the Ornn, I think Polikaton is going to be able to come back up and attempt another gank later on.
Meanwhile, Christie is pressuring her opponent out pretty well. Like I said, Orianna is very much a perfect lane champion if you understand the matchup. You will never lose the lane matchup if you are competent with Orianna. That being said, she is outside of lane kind of tricky to utilize. Hold on, gang coming in the mid lane. Spubby's actually walking in. Flag and Drag is flashed away from.
Ooh,
But
that's
oh
close.
my goodness, the follow through is actually more than we expected. Phase Rush was actually the pickup for Christy here, so she understands that the movement speed is crucial, and she needs the movement speed to dodge away from the charm.
Yeah, Jarvan right now with ample early game pressure, looking towards top for the counter gang, and now rotating towards mid. He should be able to pick up bottom side scuttle as bot lane goes in.
Bot lane finding the hook on the Braum, not really the ideal target, because you won't be able to hit him with the Guardian as well as the Unbreakable up.
Yep, Spubby's gonna secure the bot side scuttle crab. Has to be careful here though. Braum is okay. Just gonna flag and drag out. He's safe.
Oh, unfortunate disconnect coming through from Polycatan, so that Scryer's Orb did see the jungler there, but hopefully we'll be able to get back in the game relatively soon. I liked that Kirsty immediately based after getting the kill and matched item for item, so they're both sitting on Doran's rings right now.
Yep,
Or not kill, rather, the early advantage from the
Yep.
flash.
Kirsty right now has been showing, you know, been pretty good on the Orianna. Oh, well, has been pretty good on most champions across the day. So I don't think we'll be seeing any deviation from that. We have to continue looking towards, you know, the mid game to see how the Orianna does, right? Because that's honestly where the power trough is. Because Ahri's gonna be unlocked to walk around the map, and Ahri honestly is gonna just stay around the mid. So
If you can open up the mid-tier one, that's generally how Orianna gets her pressure back.
Yeah.
Because if you're constantly pushing and they have to defend at mid-tier 2, you get a lot more space. You get space to put wards down and first mover's advantage, as it were. Be able to hit the side lanes first.
let's take a look at summer spells though. It's gonna be Akali with flash spent in the top side. We already talked about how Sid Zhao can come for a revisit of that to just shut her down early so that she doesn't snowball that quickly.
Problem is at level 3, unless she uses her Twilight Shroud carelessly, it's going to be very hard to gank that lane.
That's true. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, I think Ahri is actually not gonna be worth ganking because, well, Orianna's gonna win that lane. She's gonna push up anyway. So, yeah, you want to get your Orianna hit, but I don't think ganking is gonna be worth doing that. So honestly, Jarvan, either shadowing top side or trying to look for something bot. There's honestly not much he can do this early game.
Like I said, it's a bit tricky when you have this particular bot lane duo of Varus and Lawless, because the damage isn't really there. The damage isn't really there, which is why I'm hard-pressed on Kai'Sa, because of the execution from the Plasma. It's actually pretty significant when you make ganks happen. But with Varus just wants to hit that power point. Varus just wants to be able to poke out and hit that power point where he's utility in team fights.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because if you're gonna pick an early game jungler like Jarvan, you want to have him doing more impactful things on the map in the early game. When you pick the Varus, sure, like you said, you have to wait for the mid game before he truly comes online. And by that point, if the Jarvan isn't that far ahead, I don't think he's going to have much of an impact. Sure, you have Cataclysm, you have Flag and Drag, but other than CC, you won't be doing much damage. Is this the point where you go Cinderhawk?
I feel like you definitely do have to do Cinderhawk, even though you have Electrocute, like just for sustainability purposes. And when I say sustainability, I don't mean like keeping your health up. I mean keeping relevant. Because if you go for Warrior and you don't get kills, you just fall off very quickly.
Definitely for sure. Meanwhile, that's gonna be Infernal Drake first spawn. So you would think that Varus is gonna have the first push, right?
Right.
So I guess that's one avenue where they can actually contest something else on the map. You know, try to get their Jarvan a little bit more relevant.
You can abuse the lane private that they have from Varus to get the Infernal Dragon, and this composition honestly does love Infernal Dragon because you have a Kali here, who for all intents and purposes will be going full damage, right? There's no reason for you to go and build like the Mordekaiser like you did last game, like full defensive stats and hope you do damage.
Yeah, but that's one thing, right? You have Akali, who's you don't really have a main tank,
right?
If you're on the side of Lannister right now, if you go late without an advantage, if you go even like you did last game, you're going to be at a significant disadvantage because, sure, you have damage, but there's also beefy frontliners on the other side. You have Ornn and you have Braum. You're not going to be able to cut through them if you don't have your own frontliner to shield your backline.
Yeah, essentially without a tank, you can't really fight front to back.
Yeah. Now look for picks or more unconventional engages.
Back in the game. Okay, hopefully we resume soon.
Please.
It is game point right now in favor of Lannisters. They are 1 game ahead. Team WoW will have to equalize this, otherwise they will not be proceeding on to FSL Elite so far. We have seen our Vietnamese qualifier champions. I think it is V Gaming that made it all the way through, so they will be proceeding on to FSL Elite in March. Right now we're looking for FSL Thailand's representative, and of course in 2 weeks after Chinese New Year we will be looking at FSL Philippines, I believe. The qualifiers of that will be relatively interesting, and of which following that will be SGMYID.
Back on to these qualifiers though, I think you have to agree that both these teams are sort of like the creme de la creme of this region. I mean, with the double elimination format, I think, you know, the fact that both these teams have been head-to-head so close yesterday and today, I think it really speaks to, you know, the talent that's being generated out from Thailand to not only just fill 1 team, but 2 teams.
I think split after split, season after season, FSL Thailand gets better and better. Just when I watch them, like how clean their play is and their understanding of how to play macro just gets better and better.
For sure. Right now, though, we're gonna see who's gonna win. Okay, I'm gonna hold that.
Hook in, Brom taking a good deal of damage, but like I said, it's not sufficient to actually pose a threat, especially when you are Brom or not versus Nautilus Ferris.
Yeah, the dynamic between these 2 teams, what I was trying to get at earlier, is that it's still macro versus micro, right? Lannister definitely have a big advantage with Kirsty in the mid lane, and their macro abilities to really come out ahead in team fights. But we saw even in the previous game where they lost, WoW did an amazing job at, you know, dragging Lannister across the map.
Yeah.
It just came down to really unfortunate circumstances, and a great Mordekaiser ult where they suddenly lost the game.
I have to see if macro versus micro, who comes out ahead right now. Gold is in favor of Lannisters just by the advantages in mid and top lane. The solo laners pulling away with CS leads. Bot lane is all about even here, so we're not too surprised there. Despite burning her flash early, actually Akali has been doing a good job. Meanwhile in the mid lane, a lot of damage down to the Ahri already. She's getting zoned away heavily. We'll have to recall here, I believe. If she sticks around, they will want to force a gank from the Xin Zhao, but Kirsty is not really too afraid here.
Yeah, Kirsty walking up a bit too far.
Oh, walking out, getting caught. The 3 talent strike not in range, so Polikaton will not be able to knock Kirsty up. That's the face rush for you.
Yeah, and
able to walk away.
Looking back towards the top lane, that is a 20 CS advantage towards the Akali already at 6 minutes into the game, and that's forcing Ornn to use the teleport as well. Sure, Akali had to spend flash early as well as teleport you back to lane, but that's sort of been equalized now thanks to, you know, Jarvan paying some attention to equalize the gank discrepancy previously.
Mid lane though, I feel like the story is just going to be the same thing. Kirsty's just going to bully out the Ahri, and hold on, Roam's coming in level 6 on this Akali. Landing the Shuriken flip. This is important because now the execute might just come through. They're looking for the perfect execution. The second art is going to get the first blood across. And Adney, easy as she like, picks up the kill there, will find the advantage and make top lane a bit more easy for her.
Yeah, and that's the difference, right, from playing a tank and a carry. If you're playing a tank, that doesn't happen. But this time, Annie's on the Akali, is able to push the Ornn under turret with help from the jungler, is able to find quite the good roam and catches out the enemy jungler.
Now she alleviates pressure on the mid lane as well as jungle for her team. So in a single roam, Spubby gets more space to play around with, and so does Kirsty, and this makes things a lot easier here.
And keep in mind, Adney right now is going to do quite a bit more damage than you should be doing on Akali if you're going even with Ornn. So you would think that you have to stem this snowball, right?
Yeah.
If you're Xin Zhao, you want to pay a bit more attention towards this top lane, perhaps going in for another gank.
Looking for a gank here in the bot lane. The Dredge line is going to pull back the Braum, but that's not the target that they want. The flag and drag being used will knock the Braum up. Flash was used by Xayah to get to safety, and at the end of that, it is a flash used by Spubby as well to get in range. Meanwhile, topside, a lot of damage onto the Ornn Conqueror proc, available, ready to go, but Adney's just going to back off.
Alright, but that's Xin Zhao in the top side and full priority over bot. That looks like a dragon start. That looks like the best dragon start you're ever going to get.
They forced them back away, and now they will get access to the Infernal Dragon. Kirsty just teleporting in as well for good measure. They will spot this dragon being started up, and the flag and drag across is going to buy some space. Bubby is going to fall here as the shockwave pulls the Braum back in. Whether they want to continue this, though, is the question, because Polikaton is around. She can steal this if you get it low enough. No smite available, but she will take it. There you go. And finally, Polikaton will die. They get the Inferno, they lose the jungler. Might they lose another, though, is the question.
Yeah, the issue with all of that was, I'm not sure why they continue hitting the dragon. They're gonna pick up the kill on Ari here, double kill over to the Orianna.
3-0-1, Orianna.
That's
with
pretty
the
strong.
With the red buff, she was able to chase her down, and sure, you get the Inferno, but they'll find 3 kills there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The point I was trying to bring across is I'm not actually quite sure why they continue hitting the dragon. When you saw Polikaton walking down, and Jarvan was basically dead with no smite.
When you have no smite there, it's very easy for Xin Zhao to walk in and just claim the dragon for himself. Or herself, rather, in this case. Knocked up in the air. Has to be careful. Call of the Forge God coming in. She is going to get solo killed here because she did not respect the damage on the E coming in from Ornn. Now, I wonder if this is an E max Ornn, actually, because I've realized this has been... no, it's W max. Okay.
You gotta keep in mind, though, again, Ornn with the E in this patch does actually quite a lot of damage, more than you would expect. So definitely not respecting the damage potential coming in from the Ornn is the Akali. Pays for it with her life.
If you're Akali right now, you just buy, or at least rush for your Gunblade and sustain up and consistently trade over time because you have Conqueror, right? The moment Conqueror is active, you proc it, rinse and repeat. You win long-term trades that way. No need to be greedy and go for the all-in because it's not a guaranteed thing.
I mean, if you're playing Akali, you really want to get yourself ahead, especially when you're 1-0-0 over your melee opponent. So that was just a little unfortunate. Hopefully she tempers her aggression a little bit more here, but they're going for mid. Dredge
line being used to pull her back after the depth charge is popped, and the shockwave is going to pull her into the center where the dissonance takes her out. That is 4-0-1. Christie is on board like we were ever doubtful of her coming online.
Yeah, she's been playing against Orianna basically the entire day. This time she says, hey, give it to me. I'm going to show you how it's done. And now she's 4-0-1. She's fully unlocked. I think she's going to be, again, the main reason why they win team fights in the upcoming few minutes.
Yeah, if you're the other regions watching Lannisters in this play-in, you would be a little concerned because Christie seems to be your biggest threat.
She is definitely the biggest threat, especially in this game by far. Just continues to basically reign over the mid lane and allows the rest of the team to just, you know, run around the river wherever they want to.
And, you know, taking these short-term trades every time the Conqueror is available, she'll proc it, get the trade and walk out. Spubby has full access to this Rift Herald because top lane was pushed, mid lane of course has the advantage. We'll be able to get this. The question is where they're going to commit this because we are talking about this and how Lannister plays around the Rift Herald as a team. Wherever they slam the Rift Herald down is where they want to commit their resources to, and where they look to force the snowball. In the past, it was bot lane. That was with the MF. I don't know if they can do the same thing.
Well, you were talking about earlier in the game, once you get the first tier turret, if you're Lannister, you just sort of unlock the Orianna, allow her to walk around the map. So I would think that placing down the Rift Herald around mid would be a good idea, especially since, hey, take a look, that's only 2 turret platings left on the mid lane. I think if you put down Rift Herald, that turret actually goes down.
Yeah, so they could possibly just slam the Rift Herald in the mid lane, open up the map, and make it that much more difficult for Ari to roam around. Right now, she's just fishing for charms in the mid lane, while Polikaton jumps over the wall to try and make this gank happen. They're sweeping out the wards in the brush to make sure that there's no vision whatsoever. But meanwhile, the ward is going to be thrown across. I don't know if they can clear it in time. Should be able to.
Yep, Jarvan is actually pathing up towards his bot side as well, so we might actually see some spicy fights in the bot lane.
Level 6 is available on both these bot laners. Who's going to pull the trigger first is the question. It looks like it's going to be the Braum that jumps forward. Here comes the Jarvan as well. Depth charge on the backline is going to hit the Xayah, but very low on health already is the Braum, and the execute coming in from the piercing arrow. Great stopwatch to deny the damage from the Blade Caller though. I'm not sure if they can take this fight because they've already gone down. Friend is looking for the Xayah here. Might just look for the Xin Zhao on the back, but no, the Blade Caller takes him down, and the double kill goes the way of Polikaton.
That was a very, very massive fight, but I think there was a bit of miscommunication on the side of WoW. You could see that Polikaton was actually moving up the river already, just leaving the lane before Braum actually went in for the initiation. So not exactly sure why they weren't that coordinated for that bot lane gang, but overall they do manage to come out on top. Sinja's going to pick up a bit of gold here in exchange for 1 turret plating at mid.
Mid CS differential starting to build quite heavily. You can see Ari is about 50 CS behind compared to Christie. And Spubby is still holding on to the Rift Herald. She could jam it mid if she wants to. She's actually walking over right now. Will not be spotted just yet, but the ward in the river, we'll see her as she turns the corner.
Now, I'm not exactly sure if it's a good practice to put down Rift Herald at mid right now, because you're just gonna take like
Right.
only a little bit of health off the turret before it gets killed. And
Oh.
wow, that's a lot of damage.
Actually, a lot of damage, knocking her out of the Spirit Rush. So there's another charge available for Ahri to get back in. But, you know, like we said, she could just neglect to hold on to the Rift Herald and take the turret down by virtue of auto attacks.
Yeah, looks like that's what she's doing. That's
Yo,
okay.
the damage from the Shockwave actually taking them very low. The Charm is going to pull her back in, but slamming the Rift Herald down. They say, we want this mid-tier 1 regardless. It will eventually charge in though, and wow, that's a lot of health taken off the Rift Herald for very little damage on top of the turret.
I thought the reason that they were going to do that were because you chase the Xin Zhao away, you basically have Ahri on 50% health, right? You take down the turret, you continue to siege to get perhaps another charge on the second turret, but I think they peel away from it because they saw that because they were unsure whether or not Xin Zhao actually backed.
But still, this gives them Mountain Dragon because the wave was pushed in. They had full prow in the bot lane as well. So the smite available for Spubby means that this is going to go the way of Lannisters. 2 dragons to start off, or excuse me, 1 dragon to start off the game. 1 Inferno on the side of Team WoW, the other Mountain Dragon on the side of Lannisters. And from here on out, it's all oceans.
Whew. All oceans indeed. Right. We are going to continue looking up towards the top and towards this top side, see whether or not Zakali is going to be able to do anything against the Ornn. Ornn obviously already itemizing into MR, but that's a Hextech Gunblade. That's the first item break point coming in from Akali. Possibly one avenue where she can look to increase her advantage is by shoving the Ornn on the turret and looking for roams elsewhere.
Yeah, they could look to make something happen in the bot lane with the teleport available. So maybe shoving the Ornn in and teleporting might not be a bad option. But still, look at the damage on Diglett. Here comes Spubby though for the gang. Chains of Corruption is gonna hold up Braum. Here comes the Glacial Fissure to peel back, but the Piercing Arrow actually dealing a lot of damage. Now very low on health is the Nautilus, but the Goomba Stomp from Spubby is gonna give the kill over to the jungler. Immediately eviscerating and stomping the chances of this bot lane defense.
Not exactly sure what Xin Zhao was doing. On the minimap was actually just AFK in the river for a while, but
hold on.
going in again.
All of the Forest God Christie is up here actually. Might just find a kill with the perfect execution. The second cast actually not in range to get there. You have to think that there was a small misplay by following up with the flash, but they're still looking for a little bit more. They might be able to find top tier 1 here. Yeah,
the fact that Kirsty had Ahri pushed in quite deep in the mid lane allowed her to continue to look for these roams that you don't normally get on the Orianna. Now Atney has free reign basically over this turret, no turret plating, so it's significantly squishier. Actually might even be able to just take it. Not sure if his minion wave will hold though.
Like we were saying, you know, when you take down mid tier 1, it opens up the map and suddenly you don't have to worry about roaming out of lane all too much. The dangers of roaming out of lane, because now when you walk out, you know you have complete vision of the R, you have complete vision of the Xin Zhao. No concern whatsoever if you have to walk up to the top lane through their jungle.
Yeah, that's going to be a decent chunk taken from the top turret. Was actually about full health before this, so that really allows for that top lane turret to become something that Lannister could contest later on.
Oh, this is a problem, having to flag and drag out. The charm was not used yet though, but finally catching the Jarvan on the return. Shockwave is going to pull the Ahri back in, and that's a lot of damage. Everyone else is arriving. They might find the first kill on the Ahri though. Turning on to the back, Xin Zhao is extremely low. Pelicatan is the next to fall and backing away now. No Shockwave just yet. They're still chasing in. Command Dissonance. Bobby very low but jumping in because they want the space to get the depth charge. And I think they might just be able to find the ace here as they're racing in. Christie with the phase rush as well as the red buff might be able to get the kill if she flashes in. And there you go, the double kill. The ace. Lannisters coming online in the second game in a more explosive fashion. 17 minutes in.
And I think you hit the nail right on the head. They're coming online so much quicker and they're looking for fights so much earlier on in the game. They're not even allowing WoW any chance to maneuver macro-wise. So I think that's the adaptation that they've come into this game with. They know, hey, WoW wants to do macro, so we're just not going to allow them to do it. We're going to force these fights early on. We're going to drag them across the map, and we're not going to give them any inch at all.
Down to 7k is the Rift Herald, and this should be claimed by Smubby right here with the flag and drag to pop the eye on the back. And like we say, advantages into advantages. She used the first one, although not the most efficiently, to open up mid-tier 1. It allows them more map control. Right now, the second Rift Herald picked up at 17.5 minutes. Can be used to open the bot lane, can be used to open the top lane. Oh, hold on, a lot of damage. Shockwave, the charm. I don't know if it's enough because the phase rush gives her enough speed to get in there. This GLP Orianna is just nasty.
051 Ari, either tilted. I mean, I know you're tilted, but you cannot look for face checks like that into bushes that you have no vision in.
Lane assignments coming through. It's going to be Adney that's holding the bottom lane, and Smubby's actually walking in to lend some assistance. Remember that perfect execution is available. If they force this gank with the Cataclysm, they should be able to clean up. Can't be too over-eager here. The bot laners of Team WoW might just get caught out. There you go, Gunblade on top, the Shuriken flip as well. The perfect execution coming through is more than enough to pick them up. Featherstorm had no impact there whatsoever, and now they're looking for the second. Give it over to the top laner, one apiece. That's how the partnership works out, and Smubby can jam the Rift Herald here as well.
And when you're this far ahead, we're actually not going to put on Rift Herald, but when you're this far ahead, a Rift Herald is actually going to do a lot, right? The first one, like you said, not the most optimal, but this Rift Herald, it's actually going to do quite a bit. Might actually got the second charge down. You can see nobody's coming down to answer it. Akali right now is going to pick up the first turret. That's all 3 tier 1 turrets gone for the side of WoW. And Lannisters, they have free reign over this river.
They have free reign over river, they have free reign over dragon, they have free reign over bot tier 2 if the Rift Herald gets a second charge. And as the movement on the map dictates, it's going to be 3 members that have to commit to the bot lane to clear this out. Kirsty though is still looking. She's looking for the shockwave. You have to think that one is just a bit over-eager.
That's a bit BM.
Yeah.
Like if that connected, Ari would just be dead.
Yeah.
But
it's fine.
At this point, you might as well just go fishing. Yeah, at this point, dragons are free. Honestly, if they want to go for the Baron and they have ample setup, that should be free as well. While they honestly are just not in the position to contest anything at this point.
You turtle up this point. You just turtle up and hope that Xayah gets to the point where you can actually output damage. Forget Ari. Ari's done. Like 0, 5, and 1, you don't even have Ludens at this point. You're just a glorified wave clear machine, right? So your chances of assassinating anyone is little to none.
Yeah, time to put all your eggs in the Xin Zhao Xayah basket, as it were. There's not much. It's still gonna take quite a long time for this. It's a
flimsy basket. I'm gonna be honest. It's a flimsy basket. It's like made out of cardboard and paper.
They're not 100% out of it yet. That's what I'm trying to say. There's still ways to get back into this game, but it sort of does involve Lannister making a few decision errors, which I don't see happening all that often. But yeah, still not out of it yet.
Ooh.
Okay then.
There you go, GLP on top of the Ari, but they managed to find the CC on top of Kirsty though. Crescent Street will buy some space, but here comes this Jarvan the 4th with the Cataclysm. Holy now, Audacious charging away to the lane minion. Meanwhile, on the top side, very low on health already. Braum getting taken out. The Blade Caller will keep them in place, and Friend can't really find the execute damage on the piercing arrow to get the kill.
Honestly, I think Orianna could have played that better. Instead of trying to ult the 051 Ari, could have actually focused in on the Xin Zhao. But instead, they both walk out alive. But they do have the back. So this gives Lannister much more map pressure over the mid lane.
Now look at the mini-map. The bot lane is actually shoved in quite heavily, so this implies that topside control will go the way of Lannisters, right? And with that, they can clear the wards out. They can look to start a Baron. There is a control ward there which will signal that Baron has been started up, but because this is a Varus with Blade of the Ring King and Gwynsus, you take this very quickly. All you need is the Akali to zone them away with perfect execution, and you have a lot of space to finish this one off. That's not to say it's super dangerous though, because Call of the Forge God could do a lot of work, but it's not up right now.
Okay, Destruction top laner is not actually going to be doing too much. This is... Oh, okay, well...
Doesn't matter. Here comes the Akali, cleans up the fight. The Shockwave starts things off, and they pick up 2 already. It's a double for the Akali with the Shuriken flip. She might just be looking for the 3rd on top of this fight. Nope, Friend is going to take the kill by herself. So I'll be falling very low, but like I said, there's no damage for the Ari, so there's no possibility of an assassination coming through. A max range dredge line. Don't know how they hit. Don't know how you're going to get out, because that's 4 kills in the Baron. Lannisters, they're feeling pretty comfortable. They're feeling themselves, and they might look to barrel in onto the base here.
They're feeling extremely comfortable. You don't go for those sorts of ability tosses if you're not feeling very, very confident with yourself. That Shockwave caught out 4. No chance of a Baron steal. They're just going to escort these minions into the base. Going to pick up Inhibitor. And honestly, this game is about 90% done at this point.
Shockwave is going to be up in a couple of seconds, so you can see why Kirsty is sticking around. They're fishing for another fight.
Look at the damage, yo.
She is not afraid whatsoever. She has GLP. She's looking for the Shockwave play. As long as there are 3 members of Lannisters around, she might still want to commit for this.
She's overextending a little bit here, though. This is a bit of overconfidence, perhaps. And
all of the Forge God. Oh man, their Shockwave whiffed. And at least there is the Chains of Corruption to peel back, but Kirsty is dead as Did can be now coming in
What is
at
this?
lead, looking for a bit more. Depth charge is going to knock the Braum up. Featherstorm is going to buy them some space, but they're looking for the cleanup here. I don't think they can really do anything. Coming in for the Goomba Storm, actually a lot of damage on their front line there. They managed to get a triple kill. The Varus is going to die, but 2 members get the ace. They have the Baron buff. They could walk this in.
The only reason why they won that is because they are about 12k
Yeah,
gold ahead.
I feel
You
like if
do
this is an
not
even
win that
fight, you're just like, that's borderline inting, right? So it's fine. You guys are far ahead. You could probably look to clean the game out here. No issues.
Yeah, that was definitely a misplay coming from Lannister, showing a bit too much overconfidence in that play. But otherwise, throughout the entire game, I think we can say that they played just about flawlessly.
I'll give it to them, you know? You're 12k ahead. You can have a little bit of fun, it's fine.
Alright.
Even though they threw the Baron. That part annoys me a little bit. They threw Baron on 3 people, right? So that part annoys me. But they can still walk it in.
That was a little spicy. Not gonna lie. Hopefully we don't see too much more of that.
Dragon's going to be up in less than 40 seconds, so they can take
Okay.
that if they are in position to do so. Although Jarvan now with this Black Cleaver build will be able to solo out the Dragon if she needs to. Smubby on Jarvan has been a night and day difference compared to Poppy.
Yeah.
I'll be honest.
Well, it's Poppy with Omnistone, so I guess, you know.
I thought your Omnistone was trolling, dude.
Well. At
7
this point,
seconds on the objective. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Happy New Year.
And there you go. Ocean is up. We'll be able to secure that without any issues. Yeah, Mage Ice. They bought the Mage Ice.
Oh no! Oh, this game is just. This game's 100% dead.
Flashing for the depth charge. Call of the Forge God being used to disengage. It's a support that you used all these ultimates on, and if you can't get the kill on Nautilus, it might just be game over. Nautilus still alive, still up, but finally will go down. Meanwhile, Ornn is the focus and the target. The Crescent Sweep knocking Jarvan back, using the Shuriken Flip as well as the perfect execution to get into this. They're looking for the kills here. Oh, actually getting knocked back, so there is no perfect execution there. Great charm from the Ahri. Small mechanical plays find themselves a bit of breathing room, but at the end of it, they're just going to walk it in if the carry's alive. Orianna is alive, Varus is alive, the Shockwave going to be up very soon. But instead, no more hubris, they play it safe.
Yeah, they play it safe indeed. I'm honestly not sure if they're playing it safe at this point or they're just padding the KDA. But yeah, I guess you're just having fun at this point. Honestly, if you're WoW right now, you have 0 damage on any of your champions, really. Maybe except for the Xin Zhao, but...
Xayah has damage. It's
Xayah-
just that she dies so quickly.
yeah, that's fair.
It's like, if you use Featherstorm to dodge away from the depth charge, cool.
Yeah.
But Jarvan's just going to EQ the backline, Gooba Stomp you with the Cataclysm. If you're still alive, it's Command Shockwave to finish you off.
Right, we're approaching about, what's that, 13, 14k in the gold deficit for a while. Honestly, I don't know what to say because there's not really any way of them clawing it back unless Lannister make like, what, 3 huge mistakes in a row.
Yeah, we're reaching calling it early territory right now, 26 minutes in.
I think we're calling it late if we call it now, but yeah. It will really have to come down to Lannister's overconfidence, and that is not a position that you'd like to be.
Overconfidence might just be what happens here as the Shockwave comes through, will catch 2 members. Very low on health is Bubby, and they managed to isolate Christy. She has no stopwatch, has no Zhonya's, so it might be very tricky. They will find a kill on Polycaton first, and then the Braum soon after, and the third one to go down will be the Ornn. Oh man, Adley, you are a monster here, just cleaning up the kills. Now Adley jumping into the base with the Shuriken Flip. They find 4. She's looking for the 5th. Flashing in, landing the slow on the tip of the 5-point strike. Does not have perfect execution just yet, so she will not be able to clean this up. She's taunting her. She's like, I can leap in if you want me to.
Again, you don't win that fight unless you're 13k gold ahead. So they're only just having fun. Overconfidence doesn't even seem to matter at this point. They're just gonna clean up, pick up the Nexus, and
finish this series off.
Yeah, finish the series off, lock their way to Singapore for FSL Elite.
Yeah, we will see you in Singapore Lannisters on the 8th and 9th, or excuse me, rather 7th and 8th of March at the FSL Elite Tournament, because they are your Thai representatives for the 2nd time in the history of FSL. Lannisters make a statement.
Absolutely. That last game was absolutely a statement. The first 2 games that they played against WoW was, so close. But this time they come in with the adaptation, early aggression, a carry top laner, and they absolutely just clean house.
You have to think, if you are a competing team watching them, you're just a bit nervous. You're taking notes. You're like, okay, what do we have to worry about? Because Kirsty by herself is a force of nature. And then you have to factor in things like Adney, popping off on Akali, the bot lane just being very reliable, very safe. And Spubby on Jarvan, don't get me wrong, her Poppy leaves some things to be desired, but her Jarvan is on point, and these are the things you have to consider when you're facing up against them. Look at the damage coming from the Orianna, Jesus.
And the thing is, you can't ban them out. This top laner, this mid laner, they have so many champions that they can play to that high a level that who do you ban?
Yeah, who do you ban indeed? And that is an extreme concern. But for now, we're going to wrap up the FSL Thailand qualifiers. It's been a great 2 days here. I feel like this particular qualifier showcased a lot of the talent from the local pool. We're happy to watch more and look at this season as it develops. But for now, before we go off, we do have to shout out our sponsors. Dreamcore, Super Solid, Yahoo TV for hosting us, as well as Aftershock. All these guys are awesome for making things happen. At FSL, at the end of the day, despite the international status that we've got, the regional Southeast Asian status that we've got, it's still a community tournament hosted and dedicated to getting new talent into getting competitive experience for the ladies playing in the FSL or female esports league as it is. And we're so happy that it's been pushing forward. Do you have any socials you want to shout out? Or
your Twitter, my Twitter. I don't know
so you can follow us on Twitter. Mine is literally this, so you can just follow us on Twitter here. I think
mine is Spoots plus LOL.
Plus an L at the back, so that's his. And on behalf of our production team, our observer, and all the guys that made this happen, thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you actually in 2 weeks. Next week is Chinese New Year, so we're going to take a break, of course, collect some ampouts. But in 2 weeks, we will see you for the FSL Philippines qualifiers. Stay tuned to the FSL League of Legends page. We have all the information there. We'll be putting all the posts, all the announcements, all the videos, and of course, all the information will be there. But for now, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Goodbye. We'll see you in 2 weeks.